All right, guys, welcome back to another Grease Monkey or Blender Grease Monkey stream. I'm very happy that you're here. Um, you know, these streams are pretty structured nowadays. This is the second structured one. We have 5 minutes here of my introductions. My finger doesn't go all the way. So I'll basically go over what we're doing here. I'm Grease Monkey, and I do these live streams every Saturday. And all I'm doing is making artwork, going and streaming my process. I may finish the artwork in one sitting. It may take multiple sessions, multiple Saturdays, but that's what I'm doing here. Along the way, as I get to the different sections, like I'll do the concept and design, then I'll take a break, then I'll do some drawing, then I'll take a break. During those breaks, we can ask questions. We can go over, if you saw something, if you missed something, we can just chat and hang out. This is a draw and hang. So it doesn't necessarily have to be all shop talk or anything. Susan, good to see you. Always good to see you, Susan. I appreciate you being here. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing? If you guys have any questions, make sure to ask in the chat. I do try to look down there and make sure I can answer some questions along the way. But this is it. This is what we're doing here. What we're making is we're making like this kind of like sci-fi scene where there's like a something capturing somebody. As you see in the theme at the top there, it says, what is this over here? Trapped and captured. That's the mood and theme we're going for. Right now I'm just doing the city scene. I'll show you some of my reference files reference file that I'm using. Let's see if I can find it here. There it is. So what we're doing is we're going to copy this scene here, essentially. This shot's from Tron Legacy. And we're just gonna try and get a feel for this. I'm gonna do, obviously I did the city in 3D. And just even looking through the city, if you could see the last stream, which is connected to this one, I basically just made a bunch of rectangles, put them in an array. I made the buildings right up in front more interesting looking, but the buildings out and back are pretty much boxes. Look at this. This is just boxes all the way to the back here. This looks like a deodorant stick or something. But that works out because we don't need all this detail back here. And then what I started doing in the last stream, which I'm not going to continue doing because I found out a different way. I have some separate techniques here. Is I started drawing. I made a plane. Let me see. That looks ugly right now. But I essentially made a grease pencil plane, and I started tracing over the buildings. And while this is cool and this is definitely a way to do this type of stuff, I definitely want to take advantage of the 3D 2D hybrid stuff. So I figured out some things that I can do to this 3D scene where I can continue using the 3D scene, using the 3D buildings, and adding in my 2D stuff over it, maybe drawing my characters over it, blah blah blah. And we're definitely not going to go down this route, but this is definitely a route that you can take if you just want to make a still image or an illustration, or make it flat. Maybe you don't want the 2D 3D hybrid. Understandable. There's a lot of people who are 2D animators jumping into this. Susan says, good here, been busy learning heaps again all week, and learning is the name of the game, Susan. So I hope everybody watching, I think there's 4 of you here, I hope you guys enjoy this stream and ask questions. I'm here. I'll definitely stop. That for me, priority takes education and learning about Blender and opening and helping you not be frustrated in the Blender world where you're like smashing your keyboard. It's better not to smash your keyboard, and I want you not to smash your keyboard. So please ask away. I don't necessarily plan to have a finished artwork this session, but it could finish. We could get very, very close. So in this next section, I'm going to be doing concept and setup. So basically, there's 2 techniques that I learned that I'm going to explain, and then I'm going to start my timer and then start building out what I'm trying to build out here. So the timer's about to go. So that's cool. So let's go into my fancy transition into our concept and design. Boom. So I'm going to take away this timer for a second because I kind of want to explain these techniques before I get into them. So let's take off this timer. And hopefully anybody watching can appreciate some of these explanations. So let's take away this grease pencil. I do not want it anymore. We're not doing that anymore. So basically, what I want to do is, what I did want to do is something like this, where yes, I do, you know, have like this like 2D aesthetic and stuff, but I want to use the 3D objects. I just don't want to draw a plane, and I don't know, like trace over the 3D objects, right? So let's take this off and let's go through the two solutions that I've come with, and then we're gonna go through this solution because I may be wrong. This may not work. You know, this may not, you know, we're gonna go trial and error. We're gonna do it together. You know, I'm basically learning with you guys too. So basically, let's go back to our camera view here. What I want to have is the black outlines, right? And plenty of people have told me plenty of different ways to do this. There's like, what is it, non-NPR something. There's shaders, you know, obviously, that you can use. There's freestyles in Blender, but that's not like in the viewport or instantaneous, you know, and all those methods are hunky-dory and stuff. But I think for somebody coming into this, we want something, I don't know, something easier to explain or easier to get to. So my first solution that I wanted is for these 3D objects, I want to have like a black outline, right? Like if it's like being traced. So let me take you to a explanation scene here so I can explain the concept, and then we're gonna go back into here so I can show you. So we'll go into the explanation scene, call it the explanation zone, obviously. So let's go to the explanation zone. All right, cool. So we got Suzanne here. Suzanne, our beautiful monkey. And this technique, I got off, man, I'm gonna have to link them, but there's like a material shader, a toon shader that's on Blend Market, and he showed this technique. I'm gonna find it and put it in the description. But so let's say we wanted like black outlines around this 3D object, right? And this is the black outlines that I want in my city. So the way to do this, right, is first get your 3D object. So here it is. Here's Susan. All beautiful, right? Then we get a second material. So this will just be is it Suzanne? Suzanne. I think that's the monkey's name. Suzanne, not Susan. Suzanne. Anyway, so first thing you gotta do is add two materials. You need the regular materials that you're using in the model, and then you need a second material. So let me make the second material, and I'm just gonna call this material outline. I'll hit new. We'll type in outline, right? And then instead of the principal shader, use the emission shader. That's number one. And then change the emission shader to black, because we're going to do black outlines, but then you could change the colors afterwards, right? So we'll go to black. Okay, and the second thing you got to do is you got to go and add a modifier, right? And the modifier that you need to add, and it's such a neat modifier, and it's such a genius way to do this. You go to modifiers, and you go to solidify, right? So in solidify, what you want to do is first thing you want to do is for material, the material you want it to use is the second material. So in these programming worlds, 0 is technically the number 1. So this is 0, and the second one is number 1. So then go to the materials in your modifier, solidify modifier, and set it to 1. So now it's going to be using the black emission modifier, right? Then what we want to do is we want to go into our materials again, go to our settings, and put on backface culling. And what backface culling is anything that's like the back of a 3D plane. So like if we look at Susan here, if we're looking in the inside, all the inside part is the back of these planes, of all these individual boxes, right? So what we want is backface culling on, so we can't see. Obviously nothing changes because all the faces are facing inside, they're not facing us. But if we go to solidify now, right, go to solidify modifier, go to our normals, well, let me show you an example. If you put up the thickness, you can see that there's a black, you can see that you can make Suzanne like grow like a balloon. So what we want is, we're looking at the outside of the balloon. We want to reverse the normals, and that's just the way that the planes are facing. Hopefully this is not too technical. You can just click the buttons if you want. For your normals, you hit flip, and it's all black. So let me do it the other way. Oh, 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 oh. I had this before on my rehearsal, guys. Materials, backface culling. I'm telling you. Gosh darn it. All right, now we're gonna have to work together. But basically, using these settings, you're supposed to get a black outline. Let me figure out what's happening here. Fill, even thickness. There has to be something I'm missing. All right, so we're just gonna work through this as we struggle through. Oh man, this definitely was working right before this. Oh, okay, okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. There it is. Okay, my bad. So the issue is that in the materials, I forget that they have their own separate settings. You see how in the settings here, if you go to Susan, the first Suzanne, the first material has its own settings and the second material has its own settings. The one that you need backface culling for is the emissions. That's what we want backface culling for. So on your outline that's in emissions, you put backface culling, and now we got an outline. It's a little janky of an outline, but it's an outline nonetheless. And honestly, for something quick and dirty, it works really well. So let me make it thinner. And now we have like this black outline over our 3D object. And I think this will help out a lot in the grease pencil. And with this black outline, now that it's using this emissions with the backface culling on, we could change the color. It doesn't have to be black. We could do it like, we could pick the dark color of Suzanne. You see we have an outline here. We can make it different colors, green, blue. There's a lot of versatility with making this outline on these 3D objects. So this is the first technique that I'm going to use for the buildings, because I want all my buildings to have black outlines around them, right? And there are some limitations to this technique. Like, first, if your model's all modeled badly, or if it doesn't have good topology or anything like that, you may see some like weird glitching. But for the most part, it should work pretty well. And you can make pretty, I mean, obviously it breaks after a certain point here. And I think what's happening here is that this outline is actually part of the model, so it's casting a shadow on it. Maybe I could turn off the shadow. I could make it not have a shadow. There we go. So I guess put backface culling and shadow mode to none, and then your outline wouldn't be affecting the shadowing and stuff. So there you go. So I think it's really neat. It obviously breaks after a little bit if you push it too far, like this. But if you just want a nice little outline, little small outline, color it, there you go. And that's how you make this outline. And see, you can go all the way around it, and it has a black outline. And once again, there's different ways of doing this, but I think this is an easier way to do it. I'm gonna make a video as a quick tip just for this shot, not just for you people watching the stream. Okay, so let's go back, right? And let's start applying this technique onto my buildings. Okay. All right, so let's start with one building. I'll do it slowly so you guys can see it one more time, and then I'll start picking up the pace. So, because it's just like repeating over and over. I'm gonna put the timer back on now that I'm done with my explanation. 30 minutes. All right, so 30 minutes, then we take a break. You guys can ask questions, etc., right? So let's go. So I'm going to keep this on the left side here so we can see what we're doing. And we're going to start off with this building on the left. And also I'm going to turn on my screencast keys, because that's important for you guys to see. There you go. So let's do this building here. Same thing. We're going to create a material. It has I have two materials on it. So technically it's going to be number 2, or the third material. So hit outline, which I already have since I made it in my other scene. Got the outline there. I give this a modifier. Solidify. Materials, put it on number 2 because it's the third one on the list. I like to put this at 0, the offset. I like to put even thickness, but we'll click it on and off to see what that looks like. And then yeah, we make it thicker. Oh yeah, I forgot. Normals flip, very important. There we go. So now we're gonna zoom up here on the left side. See, now we have an outline for my building, and I think that's looking pretty cool, right? There's some weird jankiness here. See, like this like line is kind of like floating above where it's supposed to be, and this is what I'm talking about, where this doesn't work for everything, especially if depends on how your model is modeled out. So let's take off even thickness. That kind of fixes it. We'll put high quality normals. I guess that doesn't do anything. Let's see if there's any other thing. Edge data. Let's see. Does this change anything? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, cool. So let's figure out the thickness we want. Once again, it's not perfect, but it's gonna work for what I need it for. And maybe it's the offset. Yeah, it is kind of weird though, right? Oh no, I guess it looks fine. It looks fine. So basically, I use the offset 0, so it doesn't go, so it kind of keeps the same shape. But you know, let's not get too caught up in this. Okay, cool. So let's put it back to 0. Now we got our outline, right? And our outline is really good, and I like it. And obviously I can change it into a different color. So like we can make it into a dark blue instead of the straight black, and it can kind of give it a better feel for what we're doing here, right? We can even make it like a nice like red color to contrast pink. You know, depending on how we want it, right? Cool. So we got our outline going. We'll change it back to like a dark blue. I like it. It's good. So the other thing that I want, right, is, so this is working on some of the edges, right? It's working on like if you see here on the left side, it's working on the top, but it's not working on this bottom one. And you know, it's kind of inconsistent, right? So with that technique, we can mix in another technique that I wanted to show you guys. It is very cool. So obviously let's take off the solidify, and I'm going to show you guys a separate technique we can use. So I'm going to take off the solidify right now. So we're going back to normal, right? And we're going to find our building here. Here we go. So there's a way where you can convert 3D objects, right, into grease pencil, right? So it'll get like, if you go into this edit mode, it'll get like all the lines from your topology, and it'll like make a grease pencil stroke for all the lines. It'll fill in the faces. And let me show you how it's used and why I don't like how it's used just flat out, and some settings that you can use to fix that, right? So if we go into object mode here, so we're in object mode, we click on our dude here, our building, right? We go to object, then we go to convert, right? We have convert to grease pencil, and you're like, yes, convert 3D into grease pencil. That's what I want, right? So if we do that right now, you can see that it turns all white, and it's because it has these fills. So let's mess with these settings in the bottom left. So let's make this thicker. And then you can see that on the left side, it makes a stroke for every single edge that's on the model, right? And you know, maybe you don't want that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want this to look like some stripy thing. It does look kind of cool, right? I like it. It's fun. But let's say I don't want that. I don't want every single one of these lines. And another thing is, let me check some of these other settings. So there is export faces. So you could do it without the faces. So it just kind of makes like a cage, a grease pencil cage out of it. But then if you click, you know, don't export faces, and then you do keep original, then you can have your original color that's, or original material that's affected by the lights, and you have the grease pencil over it. But we still have the dilemma, right? Where there's like lines on every single thing. You know what I mean? And I don't like that, right? So there's this option here that I just, it's right in front of my face, and I just never thought about using it, which is only seam edges. So only convert seam edges, right? And basically what we can do is we can choose the specific edges on the objects, right? And like basically pick and choose what turns into a grease pencil object that we can affect, right? So let's go out. It's like move this. Let's get rid of it. And let's go back, right? So how do we make a seam? How do we make an edge a seam, right? This is the seam stuff is usually used for UV mapping or like texturing. So, but we're not going to be using it for that, which is kind of neat. It has like a separate use. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm going to go into edge mode by pressing 2, or you can click here at the top, edge mode. And I'm going to hold Alt, right? And I'm going to click on all the edges that I want this grease pencil on, right? So I'm going to click on this edge. I'm going to click on this edge. And I'm holding Alt-Shift. So I'm adding to the selection. So I'm selecting all these. So Alt-Shift. I want grease pencil on all this right here. This here, this here, this one here, this one here, and at the top. I think I also want it at the bottom too, right? So now I have all these edges that I think should have grease pencil on them. Now right click, right? And you click mark seam. Boom, right? And when you mark the seam and you get out of selecting them, you see that they turn red. So you can really tell where their seams are at. So now when I use the convert object into grease pencil, it's only, and I select that little option, it's only going to make those the grease pencil. And I think that's fabulous. So let's go there. Let's go, I mean, not go there. Let's go to object mode. Go to object at the top. Go back to convert into grease pencil. But this time, select only seam edges. And boom, we have the only the edges that we want in grease pencil, which is great, right? Obviously, we can mess with the thickness, make them thicker. We could, oops, go back, object, convert, grease pencil. Only seams. I put keep original because I want my original 3D object there. And then for the stroke offset, if you really look at it, it kind of has like these weird lines here. You may want to separate them away. You see how they just kind of like float away? But basically you do it enough so it doesn't leave those weird edges, and maybe even make it thinner. You can see it here. There we go. You see how they're flying off? So maybe you just make it thick enough so it touches it. Maybe that's too thick. Let's put it closer. Let's do 0.1. And let's make it as thin as we can. So let's make it, yeah, 15 thickness. So boom, I got my lines, and you can always edit these grease pencils afterwards, right? Okay. Let me get a sip of coffee here, guys. So now we have two techniques, right? We have the technique that gives you the outline with the solidify modifier. And then we have the grease pencil mark seams convert object, right? So we're going to leave this. I like it. We kept the original. Feeling good. And then the thing that I think I need to think about, because there's a lot of buildings here. It makes its own grease pencil object here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the grease pencil, select the object, and I'm going to hit M, and I'm going to put it into a new collection. So I want to keep the 3D object and the grease pencil part, like I want to keep them together. So I hit move, new collection. What is it called? Cylinder 5 or whatever. We'll call it You know, honestly, we'll call it something that makes sense. So we'll call it like building. And then we'll underscore, we'll put right. And maybe we'll put 1.000. That'll be like the first one. Boom. Okay, cool. So now I have a collection with my grease pencil that's associated with the object. Great. And now if we go back to this, remember how we did the solidify outline thing? It's already made. It's already done, right? So let's turn that on. And there you go. So now I have my lines that are the outline of the building, right? The solidify modifier. Let's see. The solidify modifier, and I could turn it on and off. Right? And then I also have the grease pencil lines here. So with these two techniques, I'm going to do that to the rest of these buildings, right? So I got, what, 18 minutes before our break. So I'll probably get through a few of these buildings. There's probably going to be some hiccups along the way, because with these techniques, they're not like, oh, just press this on all objects, on all. There's infinite possibilities, infinite, like, mistakes that can happen, because everything has, like, a unique situation, okay? So let's do another building that's more complicated, and then we can see the mistakes that start to happen, because I guarantee you we're going to come up into something, right? So let's go back, put this. We can see that we have a nice color here. And you can see that since the object is still there, it can still be affected by this light. Let me move the light around. You see? It still has the shadows, but it still has the black outline that we can change at any time, which is really neat. See? We're moving the light all around. And that's what the beauty is. AT Animations, hey, your 2D account IG link in the description isn't working. Gasp. Give me 1 second. I'm going to post it in this chat here. But I'm also going to change it real quick here. Thank you, AT Animations. I really appreciate you jumping in there and helping me. Instagram. Well, hopefully that works. I think I changed it now. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. That should be better. I appreciate any of your follows. Okay, so let's start going. We got 17 minutes before our break. You guys can ask questions, of course, there. So let's just go through other buildings. Let's go to the one on the left. So let's move this one to the right space. And you see, this one's probably going to give me some issues. There's so much going on here that it's just bound to give me issues. Also, if you just look at it, like, I can already see these lines causing me issues and all that, right? So let's do the same thing. And I'm going to try and go through this a little bit faster. AT says, thank you, my friend. Awesome content. No, thank you. Thank you for watching. I'm glad I have somebody to talk to about this stuff. Okay, so let's go to solidify. Let's go to modifier, add the modifier, put solidify, change offset to 0, put even thickness, flip the normals. I forgot to put the material, so add a material, put the outline that we already made that has backface culling, and the shadows are off, right? Yeah, shadow form off. Go back to solidify, put the material, offset it to 1. We already flipped the normals. I put high quality normals. That's hella weird. Let's take that out. All right, so let's make this thicker and let's see what we got. See, this looks really weird, obviously, because I'm overdoing it here. Let's do just a little bit. A little bit. What did I have the other one on? The other one is at 0.37. So let's do the same thing. 0.37. You see, and then 0.37 is like ridiculous for this. And I think I know why. And I'll explain it once I figure out if that's the reason. Okay. So I'm going to assume that. Yeah, so the reason 0.37 looks so vastly different from this object to the other object is because our scale and stuff isn't applied. So right now, if you look at this building on the left or the right, and you go into the end panel, you can see that the scale is at 0.36, right? To what you want is for it to say 1, right? So we'll click on the building, hit Control A, and do scale, and then that should put it to 1. Now this is too thick, so let's redo this. I'm looking at this left side here, and I'll make it thinner, just enough to be able to see it. Let's see. So let's do 0.15. That's good for me. All right, so that the same thing for the building on the left. You got to make sure that your scale's the same, right? So click on the building. It's at 0.2. This is all too much. So hit Control A, hit scale. This now puts it down to 1. Now we should be able to use the same number and it be somewhat similar. So let's do it. 3.15, 0.15. There we go. So let's look at our panel on the left. And that's relatively the same. It looks a lot thicker, honestly, than the one on the right. So we'll just eyeball it and we'll just make it smaller. You know, for the most part, you don't even have to be precise here. So I'll make it real thin. And there's obviously some mistakes here. You know, like this doesn't reach to the end. You know, we're missing all these lines in the middle and stuff. We're missing this edge here at the bottom. And that's when our second technique comes in. So let me just do that one. So let's go into the building. We'll zoom up on this building so you can see it as it goes. We'll go to edit mode. And then I'm just going to select all the lines I want into grease pencil and then mark them as a seam. So I want this whole edge to be marked as a seam. So this whole square here. I want this bottom edge to be a seam. I want this corner to be a seam. I want this line, this whole line going up to be a seam. Same thing with this line, this line, this line. I don't want this one at the top. Let's see. Maybe these lines here. So all these edges, I'm just selecting the edges. There we go. Maybe this whole line here. What else do we got? This line here. Maybe the bottom, but we'll see. I don't think you can see it. I think it's in the ground. Susan says if you don't point it out, no one will see it as a viewer's brain fills it in. And that's an excellent point, Susan. So when I'm over here zooming in, showing you the mistakes, that's just me, the artist, being able to see it. And you do have to keep what Susan said in the chat in mind, that, you know, sometimes you got to keep pushing through and, you know, just be like, here it is. Don't point your mistakes out when you're presenting your artworks. Just let the people see and see what they can gather off like first. So you're absolutely right. All right, so we're those lines. Let's see, those lines. We got it. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna right click, mark as seam. So you can see that now they're red. We will now go to object mode, which we're in. Go to object, convert, grease pencil. And now we see that the lines, let's see if I can zoom out here so it doesn't, are really too thick. So let's make them a lot thinner. Right? And I keep the same distance, 0.1 offset, only mark seams. If you don't do that, it just does all these lines, you see? And that's just not what we want, right? Boom, seams, beautiful. So there are obviously some things here, like Susan said, if you don't point them out. But yeah, I just want to point them out for you to see. Maybe you can mitigate them. If not, it really doesn't matter, right? So we'll make them real thin. They kind of extend past the point they need to, and we'll fix those afterwards. But this is gonna get us most of the way there. Let's see, stroke offset. That kind of looks cool, like the strokes coming off of it. We'll go back to 0.1, and let's mess with this angle threshold. I honestly don't know what it's doing here. Like, let's see what it does. Doesn't feel like it's doing anything. Sure, it's doing something. That's something's happening here. Let's see. I mean, mess with this, but I don't know. I guess I'm gonna leave it at like the maximum, like 180, I guess. Anyway, so we got our grease pencil object. We got our lines going. Maybe these bottom lines I'll delete. They kind of like leave some weird artifacts there, or maybe I'll paint over them. Doesn't matter, right? So we're good. We got it. So we'll do the same thing. We'll choose our object. We'll choose our grease pencil, and we will do the same. Hit M, new collection. Call it building. Building. Left. And this one will be .000. So these are gonna be the first ones. The zeros up in front. And hit OK. And it's good to have things in collections. Collections is like one of the best things that have been added to the grease pencil, or to Blender, I should say. So there we go. We got our building left, building right, .000, and we can start building this out. So let's see how we could fix some of these little discrepancies, just for my sake, right? Let's go into the stroke. Let's go into edit mode. We're zoomed up all the way. We'll go into point mode, and we'll select the point, and I think we could just grab this, right, and bring it down. Boom, easy. Grab it, bring it down over here. Okay. And it looks like we could just line this up here and move it around. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I like it. This one sticks out over here. Bring the point, hit G, bring it down. Same thing here. You know what? I'm gonna select both two at a time now. So those two are above. We'll click it, bring it down. There we go. We can start cleaning some of this stuff up. Here's another one. Boom, bring it down. Beautiful. There's like some weird discrepancies here. And I think this is from the solidify modifier, but it's fine. And I think I'm going to erase. So if I can select these, there we go. I think I'm going to erase these. Yeah, so erase. And to erase, what I do is I select one point. There's multiple ways to do this. You can go to edge mode, select the edge, but if you select the point and you want to select every point connected to it, just hover your mouse over it and press L. That selects the whole piece that you want to get. And yeah, there's like 2 lines there I didn't need. Press L, select it. Actually, I'm just going to erase one of these points so we don't have that line anymore. And then it's looking pretty good. There's a weird discrepancy there. And it's all fine, right? So let's see if that's the solidify that's doing it. It is, right? See what it looks like without the solidify, though. Solidify definitely adds some depth that I think it needs. Jiraj, good to see ya. Good for you for stopping by. I just explained, if you scroll back a bit, I explained how to do these outlines. Very simple stuff. And converting like properly with seams. And I'm going to do it right now, Jiraj, if you want to watch. Let's add it to this one, right? So for this one, we'll go into edit mode. I'm going to go to press 2 to go into edge. We're going to select the edges. Only the edges. We're going to right click. We're going to click mark seam. And then we're going to go to object, convert, grease pencil object. Now our seams are chosen. And honestly, these lines look pretty cool. Hold on. Zooming in on the wrong picture here. Maybe we could like lower the distance. There we go. We can add in the thickness. Maybe bring the distance out a little more. Bring down the thickness. And make sure that it says only seam edges. And thickness is 0. Also, I don't like how this is like faceted. Like you can see the different sides. And to fix that is you go into excuse me. You click on the object and you right click and hit smooth, and then that smooths it out. But to make it look cleaner so it can have sharp edges, is you right click, you hit smooth, and then you go into what is this little tab here? Data properties. It's this little green one. Hit auto smooth, and that should fix your issue. And you can see the difference here. Auto smooth on, auto smooth off. You can see that it's like trying to smooth it out incorrectly. So just make sure that when you hit right click on object and hit smooth, that you do the auto smooth. Jiraj says, "Oh, that's genius. I was actually thinking how to solve this problem, and this technique seems to be exactly what I was looking for." No problem, Jiraj. It's a great technique. Mark as seam, right? So let's continue on. And I think instead, for me right now, I did the first two with the solidify modifier, which, like I said, it's causing me issues. This time I'm just going to use the seam technique and work on it that way. So let's just do this one real quick. I'm going to isolate this one object because there's a lot of objects in the way, and you can do that with the numpad and the button right above the 8. I think, what is that? // See, and I can I just, what is it, like solo isolated, whatever, but it's called a local view, I think. But if you just hit the numpad and that /, you can isolate it. I can go into edit mode, and then I don't have to be disturbed by the rest of this stuff. So let me pick all the lines that I want to have a grease pencil. So holding shift, I want all that around. Holding shift, I want all that at the top. I want these at the bottom. I want this line as well, but I don't need these lines. I want these lines going down. I don't want this line. Oop. I don't want this line or this line or this bottom line, but I do want, oops. But I do want this, oops. This line, saying oops a lot. This line, good. Maybe even the back, because I think we see the back of the building, right? Nope, we don't see the back of the building. Another thing I want are these edges here. We want, it's kind of like a billboard, maybe. We'll see what it ends up being. Those lines all the way around. That, I guess you could see this edge here. And this line here. And I think you can't see the rest of the building, so those are the only lines I'm going to mess with. And we're going to right click, mark seam. We're going to unsolo it. Object, convert, grease pencil object. Our lines are looking pretty sweet over here. We'll make them thinner. There we go. Looking good. We can always make these lines thicker and thinner later. So we'll make sure that we put them in the same collection. So select both of them by hitting shift, new collections. We'll call it building underscore left, and it'll be .001, and hit OK. So cool. So we're starting to get that line look I like. And obviously there's probably like easier ways to do this, you know, but right now for somebody like jumping into Blender, this without getting into like add-ons and like all this crazy stuff, I think it's a pretty nice solution. Obviously it's going to get annoying once your scene gets bigger and bigger. Gerard says, yeah, I know about the solidify modify technique as well, but I believe it's also more computing heavy as it basically doubles your poly count. And that is correct. Gerard is correct on that. So with smaller scenes, it's better, but once you start getting up there with like higher poly models and stuff, there's probably a different technique to use. And this is also, it gives you an outline of a silhouette of an object, which in this case is specifically useful. And it is. All right, we're coming up for a break, guys. Let's see if I can get one more building started here before the break starts. But we're going to be doing all these buildings, and I'm going to be speed running it because I want to get through so we can start drawing some stuff in here. So, oh man, let's get into a break. I can like do my stretches, and yeah, we can chat. There's 9 people here watching, so let's go to our break. All right, guys. I made myself bigger here. Uh, how is everybody doing? I'm gonna do some stretching here. The next thing I'm gonna be doing is all the buildings. It'll get easier and easier as the buildings get more simple and simpler. But I think I'm starting to really like this look, and I can start really having some more control over everything here, and it just makes it a lot easier. So this is real nice. Susan, anyone here help me with hair particle system? Is there a way to bake it so it's less strain on render time? Any help would be good. Susan, let's see. I think you can bake hair. Let's during this break, Susan, let's see if we can make a hair system real quick. So let's go into our explanation zone. And let's make a hair system, right? Let's see if we can bake it. But yeah, if anybody out there watching wants to help Susan, please do. Because I'm not well versed in the hair particle system. So what is this? Particles, hair. Look at all those long hairs. And then what do we do? Hair length will shorten the hair. So here's all the hair. Let's take off this modifier. And then in the particle system, viewport, hair. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. I think if anybody knows where the bake is for the hair system, please write it in the chat. It would help us. Children, viewport display, render, B-spline. I think it's in, maybe it's in this tool here. What is this? Scene properties? Rigid body world? Nope. Nope. Yeah, I believe you can bake it. I'm just not. Oh, wait. I think if you go to hair, you go to modifier, and then you hit convert, Susan. Is that what you want? Like, does your hair move? Or do you just need it to stand still? Because if you want it to stand still, you could hit convert, and then it'll just be one frame, and then they'll stay there, and then it no longer has the particle system if you hit convert in the modifier section. But if it's moving and stuff, I think I don't know how to do that. That's what I'll say. I don't know how to do that. But I feel like there is. All right. Hopefully that helps you in some direction. Let's do some more stretching. Any questions out there? Yeah, this is my time to say, if you guys like this content, subscribe. Would appreciate it. Susan, if it's not moving, then go to the modifiers and hit convert. And that should change it there. I don't know about animation, but if it's not moving, you can convert it. My shirt's green, so I'm looking like I'm a glitching person. But convert doubles the render. Doubles the render. What do you mean doubles the render? Because when you're in the particle system, let's see. So to convert. Oh, I see what you're saying. It like doubles it up. I wonder if that's because the particle system. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if anybody in there in the chat can help. Oh man. Anyway, blender grease pencil, guys. It's a beautiful thing. Definitely check it out. How's everybody doing? Anybody in the chat? We got 4 minutes for any questions. How's the weather like? Weather's been pretty good out here. It's been nice and cool in sunny California. I got my glasses here. They're like purple just to match my shirt. But I guess those. Oh man. All right. So yeah, guys, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep adding these lines, and then I may just put all the stroke objects or the grease pencils into one object. We'll see if that's dumb to do. We'll see. And then I'm gonna start drawing over and seeing what I can do about like drawing on these signs and maybe adding my own type of like cartoon shading by drawing on them. But for right now, I'm gonna keep on like building out these lines that I want. I'm probably not using that solidify technique, even though it is a good technique. I just feel like it's gonna cause me some, especially for these blocky shapes, it's gonna cause me more trouble in the future than I think it's worth. But yeah, and then let's look at our reference. Let's see what we're doing here. So yeah, so definitely we're getting there. We're gonna be building out all these buildings, and then I could start drawing in maybe like these people here. Once I get all these strokes and lines going, and maybe like pick a sky. Like the sky, should the sky be like up? It shouldn't be black. So I think I'm gonna change that maybe into a gradient, and I'll show you a good shader technique for like a gradient color, because I love me some gradients. I try to get away from them, but they're too nice. I like them. I like them a lot. Oh man, 2 more minutes. Oh man, these live streams have been so much fun, guys. I really appreciate all you guys watching. It means a lot to me. I'm at like 612 subscribers, and to me that's like so good and so crazy. And I think it's crazy that just right now 9 people are watching. That's crazy to me too, and that's not even like a big number, but for me it's a big number. And I just, hopefully these videos are helping. I think I'm going to do also after these live streams, I'll get these live streams and I'll chop them up into like more condensed versions, kind of like the highlights, and then post those on my YouTube, so somebody doesn't have to sit or like scroll through 3 hours of a live stream. So yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. But yeah, just want to spend some time here and tell you that thank you. I appreciate you. And I appreciate Jiraj and Susan out there in the chat, chatting it up and trying to help Susan, especially with something I'm like super not versed in when it comes to like Blender. Hair stuff is like probably the last thing I've learned. All right, I think we're getting down to the wire here. Grease Monkey, Jurassic Grease Monkey, how would you go about outlining rounder surfaces for more than one angle? So for that's when I would use the solidify modifier technique as best as I can for that, but after that point, if that's not helping you, then you're just gonna have to I've seen shaders online that you can buy. It'll be a shader solution, or freestyles if you want to render afterwards, like you can't see it in the viewport, or the solidify technique, or yeah, I think that's about it. All right, So let's go back in, guys. All right, 30 minutes. Let's get some, now that the explanations are out of the way, we will start breezing through this. The first thing I said I wanted to do, I think it was to change the sky. So let's change the sky. Although, what if you want it to be textured kind of outline? Oh yeah, if it's a textured outline, yeah, that's a whole different thing I have to like learn. You could probably use in the grease pencil, like texture your stroke, like use a texture material. And we'll see about adding some texture after this. We'll experiment with that. So let's change the sky real quick. So I just opened up a new panel, and to open up that new panel, I'll show you how to do that. You just have to grab the corner. So you grab the corner here. You see that your cursor turns into like a crosshairs. You split up the panel, and then I'm gonna change the shader. And then I want to change the sky, right? So the sky, and I'll go into like this mode here. So the sky right now is black, right? And that's by choice, right? Did I do that by choice? Let's see. So let's go into the shader. We'll go to world. And right now, oh, it's because it's at 0 strength. So if we put it at 1 strength, right, it will be white. It'll be a nice, bright white color. And obviously that light affects the buildings. And I don't want it to be that bright. I kind of want it to be a darker scene, right? So obviously we can make this a color, right? We'll make it dark and stuff. But what I actually want is a gradient. There's a couple ways to do gradients in the shader. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to make a ramp, a color ramp. So this is what our shader is going to be, right? But then we're going to add a... what is this? Texture coordinates. And then we're going to do a convert, separate XYZ, because we only want the gradient to go on one axis, right? And this is how we're separating it. So we'll do generated, and we'll do Z, right? That's up and down in Blender. Yes, you can see where the Z is. See how Z right here is up and down, and this X is left and right, and I think Y is forward and back, right? So we'll put the Z into the gradient map, and then you can see that our gradient is now in the back, right? So that's good. So now I'm also gonna add a math node. Let me add a math node, and we're gonna have it on add. And you see I can move the gradient up and down, so I'll move the gradient lower. And then I can change this to whatever I want. So in a dark scene, right? I should look at a reference, but we're just gonna eyeball it to see what's cool. The top up here is white and the bottom is dark. So let's reverse that, right? So the top is dark, but we're gonna make both colors dark. So let's put this to 1. And okay, we got our color here. It's basically black, and we'll make this darker as well. There. So I want it just so the gradient goes like this. Like if light's emanating from the city upwards, and like looking directly up is like super dark, right? So we got black going on, but you know, let's not do a perfect black. Let's color pick a color. Let's pick our darkest dark in the building, which would be this color, and then bring it down. There we go. And then for this color, obviously we could choose all sorts of colors for it to be fun. Or maybe it'll be cool to have it like this orange color but darker. That could be cool. Like if we did a render of that. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. If we did a render of that, you know, and maybe too red. Maybe we should do it darker. So let's go darker. There we go. So whatever, I just didn't want a flat black color, so we added this gradient. We'll change it later. Next. Okay, so now we will get rid of this panel because we can always fix this later. And we're going to continue with outlining our buildings. So let's do that as fast as I can. And there we go. All right, I made it so my lights aren't selectable. All right, so let's do the conversion technique. Let's make sure this is smooth, obviously, because we don't want, like I was saying earlier, you see how this, you can see the separation there. You could right click, hit smooth. Make sure you go to the data properties, hit auto smooth, so we can get a nice little sharp edge. We go to edit, edge mode, select the edges by holding Shift Alt. Right click, mark seams, object, convert. And what I'm going to do is, since I'm using this a lot, I'm going to right click, convert the grease pencil and add to favorites. So now when I hit Q, it's right there. It's like easy, boom. So as I'm doing this, I'm going to speed my process up by just adding it into my quick favorites. So there's that. I like it. We'll do the same thing. And just for educational purpose, I can show you a different way to select things. So let's say you wanted to select the edges of something, but you have all the faces selected. So let's select all the faces. Boom. Hold Shift Alt, face. I'm just gonna select all these. What you can do is if you go to select, go to edge loops, select edge loops, you can actually just select the outside of your selection. So select boundary loops, and now see, it doesn't select the middle, it just selects the boundaries. Anyway, right click, select, and I'm actually gonna put that as my quick favorites so you guys can see how great it is. So boundary select, added. Okay, so let's keep going here. Oh, I'm also gonna hit mark seam, add that to my favorites too. Mark seam, add to favorites. So now mark seam, boom. Mark seam. Oh man, this Q menu is amazing. So boom, I marked all my lines that I need to mark. Mark seam, mark seam. And now we can convert this by hitting Q. And then we got our outline. And then our outline. Oh, I keep going into my stream and trying to scroll like if I'm like in the program. So yeah, this is looking pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot. And actually, I like it that I don't have the verticals going in. That's pretty cool too. But yes. Just for a quick explanation, I'll do it one more time. Let's see if I can do it really quickly. Go to the explanation zone here. All right, so let's divide this by a bunch. So what I was showing earlier is the select the edge loop, right? Or the bounding box. So if I were to select, and you can't really see, so let me make this dark. There we go. So if you were to select, let's say these, but you only wanted to select the perimeter of this, like you only want the outside edge. If you go to select up here, go to select edge loops and do select boundary loops, boom, you only selected the outside. And this could be like a fun quick way to select things. Another option that you have in here is select loops, and you can do inner region, right? So what you could do here is, let's say you select just the outside of something, like you want this and this. Oh man, here, and then I don't know, all the way down here. So let's say you have this edge selection, but you want to select all the squares in between them. You go to select, select loops, and do select loop inner region, and it'll select the inner region of your edge loops. Very useful ways to select things, guys. Very cool. Very cool. Anyway, let's get out of here. And let's keep on going. Next building. Anytime I select another building, I hit the period key on the numpad, and that zooms me up to that building. So let's say I were to select this building, hit the period, now it zooms up on it, and now I can go around it. See, you can do that with this building. Select it, and it kind of like centers whatever you have, whatever you're selecting, it centers it, and it's really nice. So if I'm over here, boom, select it, period piece, got it. All right, so let's select everything I want. So let's select this whole bottom, mark seam, and it's great having it right on the Q key. Q. What's great too about these menus is when whatever you select, it'll actually line up your mouse to the menu. So since I hit Q, boom, it's already a marked seam. It's not on select boundary loop, and it's because that's the last thing I use. So I don't even have to move the mouse. Boom. Boom. And we can just do these somewhat quickly. It's still tedious, but at least, you know, there's some speed to it. We're just marking all the seams that I want. So those are looking good. And this building is barely seen, so maybe I don't actually need to select everything. But let's go into hit tab, go back to object, Q, and that's looking pretty good. I like it. You know, maybe I should do the inner seams too, like in here. Mark seam. Maybe the one at the top here. On the inside, mark seam. Okay. I'll see it. There you go. Make sure we select the buildings. Move it into a new collection. Building. Right. I'm going to put .000, but it's going to automatically name it to the next available one. So it should be fine. I guess it didn't. We will just keep going. Anyway, we're slowly stacking up our buildings here in new collections, which is great. We'll do the same thing again. Let's keep on trucking. What is it? 16 minutes? I want to be done with most of these buildings by then. So let's just see if we can plow through. I want these. And we're going to look at the building while we do it. There's the building. Oops. Mark seam. Mark seam, mark seam, mark seam. I think one of the main benefits might be that the workflow feels a bit more organic as you're selecting individual edges and mark them right away. It seems almost like you're drawing them. Yeah, definitely when you have it in your quick menus and yeah, it just makes everything use the quick menus is like the best thing I think that's come out of this. This one kind of has like this double thing. I may just leave that. I may just do the bottom. Nope, I'll do the top and the bottom, and that's it. Mark seam. There we go. This is looking good. Grease pencil. Oh, we missed one. Right here. There we go. Same thing here. Like I said, we right click, smooth. The auto smooth normals. Select our seams. Mark them. Grease pencil. There we go. And for this one, maybe I'll make them thicker. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just leave them. See, as it's getting farther away, it's becoming less and less important, these thicknesses and stuff. So let's select all these. So the only ones we really see on this one, right? It's over here. Are these like top and front faces. So let's just keep on going with that. Mark seam. So that's all we're doing, guys. Just marking seams. This is the setup, tedious part of all this. Let's see what else we could see on this building. And we can see like this front edge, so we'll take care of that as well. Maybe it may be too much. We will see. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so that's looking all right. Let's go back into here. I think we should mark these as seams. And I think we missed a couple notches. Let's do these. These are important. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Not too cluttered. And maybe I'll make them thinner. As we get further and further back, maybe I'll make them thinner and thinner. Keep it more interesting. Maybe we'll keep it at 5, actually. All right, let's keep going. I think it's going to get easier now since these are going to be easier and easier shapes. Let's go to the right side now. Oh, I forgot. We are putting these together. So we got these. Mark, new collection. Building left .002. Boom. And it's good to have these together. Just you gotta be organized. Okay, so we'll do these 3 guys here. Auto smooth. Select the things I need. Oh, since it's an array. What am I doing? Mark a seam. Grease pencil. That's looking pretty good. Maybe some more distance. There we go. So it doesn't have like that jaggedy edge. We'll keep on going. We'll select. So for this building, it'll just be. I'll just do the top here. Mark a seam. Mark a seam. Mark seam. I'm just repeating myself. Maybe I should talk about something else. Like, you know, I got a lot of different glasses, guys. A lot of different colors. Feeling good. You know, it's been a tough week. You know, this quarantine stuff's been getting to me, but still trying to pull through. Luckily, Blender has my attention, able to distract me for a while. Okay, and grease pencil, too thick. Let's make these thinner. Gerard says, yeah, I feel you on that. Yeah, it's been tough stuff. There we go. We'll combine this. Building right. That 003. Gerard says, I was lucky to be able to finally go out, actually. Nice. Yeah, it's been tough. Didn't realize how humans are just animals and we need to go outside, huh? Came home a few hours ago. Nice. It's good that you were able to do that. There we go. Mark seam. I don't think this one needs a whole lot of mark seams. I kept forgetting to apply scale here, but I think it's fine. This one we can just kind of like scale. We'll select these front edges. Maybe just this. Make sure this is in its own thing. Building, right. That 004. I forget what we're on. We're gonna have to organize these later. There we go. Let's do this nice big round building. That's looking nice. Let's see how nice this looks. Oh my god, what am I doing? This building here. And let's do something maybe not interesting, but let's mark one vertical side. Let's see. So I'm gonna mark these, obviously the edges. But let's say we wanted to mark, and we'll do it from this angle, this seam. So we're just gonna mark one seam going down the side of it, right? And see what that looks like. Make sure that's applied. And look, I created an outline for it. And technically it's not even actually there since it's just one part of the cylinder. Pretty cool. George says, my brother has some heart problems, so he went to a medical exam to a cardiologist in Capital City and was sort of doing him escort service. Was also able to meet my classmate along the way, so that was awesome. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your brother. I think heart problems are very scary. It's like your main thing that keeps you alive. So I'm hopefully your brother's okay. All right, building right. 5. There we go. And I think we're not gonna do outlines all the way to the back. You know what I mean? I think it's good. I think it's good that it's just like this color here by the end. I think adding the black outlines may be a little too much. So we'll just do a couple more here. Maybe that's enough. I'm just fixing the line width here. You can see it on the close-up here. See, you can just affect it later. Make it really thick. There you go. Josh says, yeah, he can undergo a surgery with like 80 to 90% success rate, so he'll probably be fine. Only the waiting line is long. Oh, that is a bummer. That sucks. All right, let's see what we're missing here. All right, cool. I think we're good on the lines going all the way back. He's expected to have this surgery like half a year later at best. Oh man, hopefully nothing gets worse before then. Because then, like I said, I wish there wasn't like a long wait for stuff like that. Oh my god, here we go. Let's see if we can add some lines to these little guys up here. What if we do just at the top? And what if we do a line right at the edge? Like right there. And then another one right there. We'll do another edge. Because we're going to be seeing it mostly from this angle. We'll mark the seam. And then we'll see what that looks like. Obviously scale and grease pencil. It's a little thick, but I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, they look like nice lines. All right, so we're about 4 minutes in, and I think I'm about done doing this stuff here. So we'll hit smooth, normals, looking good. We'll add this into a new collection called like antenna. .000 or something, maybe antenna, you know, no, we'll do .000. Beautiful. We'll do the same thing for these guys here. We'll actually combine these. And I did that by hitting Control J. And I will choose all the lines again. These will probably be the last things I'm doing here. Here. We'll mark a seam at the edge here and the edge here. Mark the seams. See what that looks like. That looks pretty good to me. Make sure to hit smooth. And the auto normals. There we go. So we can see some light. Combine these together. Antenna 001. So M, new collection. Antenna .001. Beautiful. Okay. So I got all the lines that I want. I stopped doing the lines way off in the distance, which is good. I added in the sky, which we can definitely just keep tweaking right now. So let's do that real quick. See if we can come up with something cooler. Maybe not this color. Change the hue maybe. Purple. Let's change this to B-spline so it's like real smooth, real gradient. B-spline is pretty good for like a very like crazy smooth gradient in the background. I like that the back buildings start turning pink. I wonder if that's because the light doesn't go all the way back. Let's see. Let's make sure that we can select our lights. Oh no, it's because our light is... Oh no. Are they just a different, using a different material? They're not using any material. I kind of like this. Let's add more of these pink ones. We're going to take off these, the material off these. We're going to add more. Really separate that background. Keep going until we can really notice it. I think we can notice it with this building. Maybe do this building as well. There we go. I kind of like a lot how it goes from like this like seafoam green to like this now faded pink back here. Also, I'm going to shade these smooth and make sure that we're doing the auto smooths so they look smooth. Yeah, you can see it there, auto smooth. Oh, maybe this building can have a color. Should have a material. There we go. All right, break time. Oh, all right. So I'm taking this opportunity for anybody jumping in to take a break, answer any questions. Please talk to me in the chat. Let me know if you had any questions as I was making this. I'm gonna also take this opportunity to do a stretch, and then I'm gonna start renaming stuff. That's some boring stuff, right? That you can kind of skip over if you're watching this after the fact. And just get some better organization and stuff. But for everybody out there in the internet, please let me know how you're doing, how you're feeling, what you're up to, what projects are you working on, what are you working on, Susan? What are you working on, Jiraj? And Jiraj said, I didn't mean to drop an emotional bomb or whatever. No, Jiraj, you're absolutely fine. Share whatever you're comfortable with. Like I said, this is a draw and hang. So while we are doing like some focus stuff, we are just hanging out as well. So don't you worry. I'm going to put some eye drops in. So 1 second, guys. But please, what y'all working on? What y'all want to know? How you guys feeling? Using contacts is like, I like it, but maybe I should just get LASIK, right? Like just get like the laser beams shot into my eyes to make me cool. Susan says, I am working on a robot room animation. That seems always like a lot of fun. It always seems like you're working on some really fun stuff, Susan. Oh man, ooh, somebody said something. 1 second. Contacts. Okay. Band-Aid says, Blender Grease Monkey, BG Monkey. Just stopping by long enough to say hi before I go back to family activities. I dig your 3D background, something I plan for later work. I look forward to watching this later. Stay cool. Peace. Band-Aid. Band-Aid. I keep wanting to say Band-Aid. Band-Aid, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the kind words. This stuff is always a work in progress. So anyway, have fun with your family activities and, you know, all your stuff. It's enjoy this time. You know, the time is now. So feel good, guys. Thank you for stopping by. Ugh. Ugh. I feel like I have like hologram arms, like got my artistic glove here. Feel like, you know, Michael Jackson, or he had like a glove like this, right? Maybe not. George says, well, aside from being a bit tired and my back hurting a bit again, I feel pretty good with emotional energy replenished by my quick meetup with classmates. It's crazy how much just like meeting up with somebody you like or enjoy their time does to you to replenish like that good feeling and stuff. Like, you know, I'm an introvert, but you know, you still need that like good quality interaction with people. So awesome. Oh yeah, let me take these 6 minutes to rename some stuff. You know, it's very tedious to like name this stuff, and it actually gets pretty annoying. So let me just do this as quickly as I can. We're gonna make a new collection. We're just gonna call it buildings, because everything's a building, huh? Buildings, and we'll get all our buildings and antennas, and we'll put it inside this buildings, and then we will get a consistent capitalization scheme thing going here. So let's do everything lowercase in the inside of collections, right? So we'll do everything lowercase. Building underscore right. So I'm just gonna fix all of these. So building right. This one's good. Building right. Building right. And then for building left, we'll do the same. All lowercase. Is there a way to like alphabetize these? Does Blender do that? Oh my god, I did this wrong. Blending. Blend it left. George says, I also feel motivated and can't wait to read 3 books I ordered. Which books did you order? What? Oops. What are the books? Alright, is there any that you recommend? There you go. See if we can get all the buildings right in the right place. Building right, building right. Building right. Building left. Zero, 1, 2, blah, blah, blah. Antenna. Okay, I think we're organized on our building front here. I'm going to do... Already put some solution in my eye. Feeling good. Feeling good about this scene here. As we're getting the grease pencil aspect of it. These lines are looking a little weird. But I'm going to try something in the next phase. I'm going to try and see if I can combine all the grease pencil lines and just have them in one place to see if I can just affect all the lines at the same time. Maybe I'll duplicate them all, combine them into one, so I guess I still have the originals. We'll see. I like that these fade out into that pink color, so that ends up looking pretty darn cool. I think this light is no longer necessary. Yeah, if you see on the left side here, it goes from like dark light to dark. Maybe I don't need it. Let's see. We'll just erase it. There we go. So our furthest light is this one over here. And honestly, we may not even need that one, but we could probably lower the strength. I'm already working. 2 minutes. I'm going to stretch again. Maybe 2,000. There we go. George says, one is The Shadow of the Conqueror by Shade Books. Editing dramaturgy by my professor Ludwig Labick. And Steal Like an Artist by the author I forgot the name of. Yeah, I heard Steal Like an Artist is a pretty good book. I haven't heard of the other ones though. Got my nice space shirt going on. See. There we go. Look at that. Ask me about Uranus. Josh says, I've also been quite actively checking Spitfire's Discord server, and honestly, it's one awesome place. Yeah, Spitfire has cultivated a very awesome Discord space. That is like, he has like top-notch Discord energy. He has like so many good people on there too. It's amazing. He's a connector. He is a connector of people. He has excellent work and excellent stuff. He's amazing. All right. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Shad is brother of YouTuber Jazza. Also has a Shadiversity. Oh, didn't know Jazza had a brother. All right, let's go into a drawing phase. We'll be doing a little bit of technical stuff, but we'll go to that now. Okay, so first thing I want to try before we start doing some drawings, and I set myself up to start drawing, because we're just gonna have fun. We're gonna explore with some stuff here. Is if I put everything, all of our lines, into one place. If that is like a dumb thing to do. Look at all these lines. So let's do that. Oh, there's so many lines. Maybe it's not a good idea. Let's try it though. Real quick. We'll save just in case. There we go. We can always revert back to this. So I'm going to click all my grease pencils. Grease pencil, grease pencil, grease pencil, grease pencil. Grease pencil. Alright, I'm going to hit Control J. That should combine. That should combine it. Let's see. Apply all rotations before joining. Apply all rotations before join objects. So what that means is if I have to apply the rotation, obviously, as it says. So I think that's Control A. No, not Control A. Oh yeah, Control A. It's still Control A. Control A rotations. So nothing seemed like it's broken. Now let's try Control J. Oh man, this like did not work the way I wanted it. Alright, let's do Control all transformations. So we applied everything. Now let's do Control J. Okay, cool. So everything's in the same place. And it's all down to this one grease pencil object. Right? Which is pretty good. And now I think... Oh man, it has like all these materials that are like totally useless. Could I just erase all these? Let's see. So we'll go to our grease pencil. Let's get all these out. Boom, buildings. Antenna. Okay, here it is. We're going to take it out of this folder, put it into building. So here is all of our grease pencil objects in one object. We have it saved. Let's see if we can, if it's even useful to do it. We're going to can we change the color? I used vertex paint, didn't I? Oh my god, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay, so all these are on separate objects. We can make these invisible. Let's go to edit mode, select all of them, and we'll have to look at these lefts here, and then let's try and make them all thicker. So we can control all the lines in one place. So I don't know if that's good or bad. And I think it's good. We'll see. We'll keep it there. And let's see if we can do some painting of the line. So let's go to edit. I'm going to take off the overlay so I can see what I'm painting. Let's put it on stroke. Let's put 100% strength. And let's just pick some colors here. Let's pick some bright colors because I just want to see what happens. So that's cool. I can start painting these lines, right? That's what I'm doing here. Which is pretty cool. Happens pretty quickly. So I'm gonna add like paint it like a different gradient. Gerard says, I think you can get rid of all the line materials and keep it to 1. So let's do what he said. Let's see if we can delete. Call it outline. We're gonna branch this out. We'll do save. We'll do live stream v2, just in case we ruin something. And cool, we could still paint this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint kind of like a gradient color. So as it gets back here, maybe it gets a little darker. So let's go dark. This is like not the dark that I want though. What if we choose this? We'll choose this color and we'll make it darker. There we go. It's kind of like a little lighter than black. So we'll color all this, all the lines that color. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to take off the solidifier from the front 2 buildings. That's why they continue to be black. So let's take off the solidify. And let's take off the solidify here. We'll probably have to add some more lines to this here. But I think it's looking pretty good. So let's go back to draw. Onto our lines. And see if we can have some fun with these colors. Let's choose a color that's in the scene. Maybe like this pink. We're just experimenting now. We're seeing what works. One thing I want to fix is I don't like the orange underneath here. So let's fix that. We will go into object mode, select that, go to edit mode, select all of them. And we will erase this. No, apply this. And erase this. Okay. Great. So let's go back to paint mode. We're going to do all outlines, all building outlines. We'll name it building outlines. There we go. And then we'll go back to draw, and then we'll see about maybe painting it a darker color. I'm paying attention to this left side here. I don't know, they just look black to me now. And looking okay. I'm done working on these buildings, so we'll touch upon this later. Let me set up to do some drawing here. Sorry guys, just setting up my tablet. Shoot. All right, tablet is ready. Let's see what we can do now. I'm gonna make these outlines unselectable. I'm gonna make my lights unselectable as well, so I can't mess around with those lights. And let's try my hand at these drawings. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna experiment, and we may not get anywhere with this. I'm gonna experiment with drawing on this building here. So we'll zoom up on it, and I think what I want to do though before we do that is to make sure that this building we have the correct seams here. So let's make the seams appear. So there. That's what I want there. The top. There we go. Hit Q, mark seams. We'll do these at the top. Mark seams. Maybe we'll do these top ones too. Mark seam. And we'll do this line here, mark seam. Okay, and we'll make some extra lines here. So let me go to this building. I'm going to select the lines. And we're going to edit these away. I don't like these. So let's see if we can... Oh my god. Wrong thing. We're going to select the box tool. And I'm going to select my lines. All these lines... The lines I don't want, which are going to be these lines. Maybe not. Make sure we unselect the ones we want to keep. I'm going to delete these lines. Okay. All right. Let's make some beautiful lines for this. So Q, grease pencil. Our lines are looking pretty sweet. I think I missed the back ones, which is not good. Or maybe it's good. All right. Let's do the lines we missed. So we missed these lines. Mark as seam. Mark these as seams as well. And we'll mark this top line as well. There we go. Let's try it now. Also, let's right click smooth. It obviously looks ugly. And do normals, auto smooth. We're back to normal. Looking smooth now. Grease pencil. There we go. I think we're missing this line. I don't know if it's important, but we'll do it. There we go. Let's try it again. Maybe we need this last one. I keep missing lines here, guys. I'm sorry. There we go. I think we have everything outlined that I want. Maybe this line too. Last one, guys. I promise. Okay. There. We're done. We're not doing it anymore. So I got my lines. Keeping the original. I'm making them thinner. And there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to draw on the building. And since the object is here, should be relatively easy to put a grease pencil object on here. So let me get this object. Let me hit move. And we'll move this into buildings. There we go. And now I'm going to go into this grease pencil object. I'm going to make a new grease pencil object. And this is where I'm going to do my drawings. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold shift. Let's see if this works. I'm going to hold shift and then right click. What this does is it moves your 3D cursor. You see? 3D cursor is all around here. So when I do that, I have auto depth on, so when I move it, let's say right here, and I look around it, you see that it's right on that surface. But if I hit shift right click on this building, you can see now that the cursor is attached to that building. So it'll basically move itself to whatever surface it's underneath, it'll appear there. And I'll show you why I'm doing this. So shift right click onto this building, because this is where I want my new stroke to be. So we will, once we did that, we know it's on this building because that's the building I'm going to color on. It's this one on the left. We'll go into add, we'll go to grease pencil, and we'll go into blank. Obviously we don't see anything happen. It's called here. This is the grease pencil up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to this drop down and do canvas. And you see that the canvas appears here, right? And the canvas is right up against that. And that's because it's, when I added it, it added it to where the cursor was, which is attached to the wall. So grand. So we got to attach the wall. And there's something about this canvas that I want to change. And that is that I want the canvas to be some crazy color that I can see. So we'll put it like pink. And we'll make it bigger. And if you ever want to change the numbers of two things at the same time, see how I'm changing both of these at the same time? What you do is you click, and then you drag down, basically selecting the options that you want, and then you drag left and right, and then you're able to do, you know, two at a time instead of just one at a time. So that's a little tip there. So there's my canvas, moved it into the right place. I know it's here. Right, now I go into the grease pencil, go to draw mode, and then where I'm going to draw is on the origin, which is where that 3D cursor is, which is pretty important. So let's see what that looks like. I'm taking these overlays off. I still haven't figured out in the options and how to make this gray look go away, and I will find out because I definitely don't like it. So there we go. We got this got it here. And let's see what it looks like when I draw on it. So let's go the grease pencil. Let's see the materials that we have. I have a crap ton of dumb materials. So we're just going to make a new one, call it fill. Because we're going to use vertex colors. A little risky, I know. So made a new material. It's a fill. We'll make another one and we'll call it stroke. Stroke. We got stroke and fill. Beautiful. We'll go into the left here. And we will choose our tools and we'll choose draw. We'll choose fill. We'll choose vertex paint, which is this little option here. And strength at 100. And see what this looks like when I draw now. Let me get rid of this tool here, and then I'm going to do it from the camera. So right now when I'm drawing on it, it's like right on the surface, right? Like right on there. So obviously what I can do is, not obviously, but what I could do is instead of drawing on the origin, you can draw on the surface. And the surface, you can control how far away the object is. So let's put it at like 0.7. You can draw your object. Let's see what it looks like in 3D space. You can see that it has like a gap in between. And maybe that gap is okay with you. So let's just do it that way. Let's just do draw on surface. And then we'll go from there. And let's put this down to like 0.3. Let's go to layers. Okay, great. Maybe I can draw some hand windows on here. So what I would like is like what this would be kind of like a glass, right? I don't know, like a like a window for the store. So let's make a new material. Let's put it at half. Let's choose a color and see if we can do that. Let's see if it's gonna be ridiculous. This might not look good. All right, let's go back to origin. See if I can draw some silhouettes in here. Maybe like clothing. And we're just experimenting here. Having fun now. This is where we get a bit into the... Oh, shoot. The origin. Oh, man. I can't see while I draw. That's kind of... Is it because I don't have this on? No. So it's on front. Is it view? So I can see it when I'm drawing on the surface, and I can see it. I can't see it when I'm drawing on the cursor. I can't see while I draw on origin. But it works on the surface. That is a weird quirk I'm running into here. So surface, I can watch me draw. Yeah, surface works, but it would be nice though if it worked on cursor. But I guess it doesn't. I'll just do surface like you were saying. Oh, and thank you for commenting. Jason Dor? Is that how you say your name? I just wish I could do 3D cursor and stuff. It's just kind of... Or origin? Let's see. Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. Okay. So... Okay, so I'm going to do 3D cursor. Not 3D cursor. I'm going to do origin. And we're going to figure out where this origin is. With using the grid, the canvas. There we go. This should help. I mean, it kind of helps. I get to see it just a little bit. Jakindor. Jakindor. Sorry I mispronounced your name, but thank you. And then Jirash says, because if you choose surface, it's not just one plane you draw on, and that one surface is inset. Yeah, I know that the one surface is inset, like, but look how it just cuts off halfway, right? Like, do I need to be like further away? Like, let's see. Let's put it as far away as I can there. And now I'm drawing. So it works. So it works while I'm far enough away from the surface, it looks like, that I could see myself drawing while on origin. So let's see how close this is. Just pretty... Alright, we'll just do surface. Let's stop wasting time. I'm wasting time. And we'll just see about drawing some stuff here. And also, let's see if this box... Does this box work? It does. It just comes off real slanted. Okay. So let's try... not box, but polyline. Oh no, I'm wrong. Hey Wes, what you doing today? Abby says, "Oh yeah, that's the problem. I did encounter it a few times, and I'm not sure how to solve it." Abby, today, I'm making a like a city scene. I'm making basically what this scene is. Oh, let's see if I can get it. Oh, where is it? Well, there's normally a screenshot here, but basically I'm doing a city scene where somebody's being captured in the center here. So we were just building out the 3D models, putting it in the back, and now we're testing out and running into roadblocks, drawing now on our surface here. And you know, just so we could see this at a different angle, I'm gonna put this here so we can see it. Okay. All right. So let's just start doing something. Enough of these roadblocks. So we're gonna make a new layer. I'm going to draw mode. I'm gonna do it on origin because origin should, oops, because origin should work now, right? For the most part. And I'm going to see if I can make right here, down here. There we go. All right, let's see if I could just make some quick doodles of like a display, right, where it shows the clothing. So let's go and we'll make them silhouettes, but we can always change them later. These look like funny little people here. Maybe like the model's touching their head, right? Ooh, bold and brash over here. Looking good. These models, you can see on the left side here that they are floating out, but we will fix that afterwards. Putting a little hat here. Just making like little silhouettes. And honestly, we're just gonna copy these. Put those there. Right click, duplicate. Select all of them. Grab. And we're gonna put them in here. See what that looks like. There we go. These little dudes are in here now. And that's how we fix it. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can add in some designs on the side of this building. Maybe add some windows. Oh, break time already. Break time already. We were just getting started. All right, this next draw 30 minutes is gonna be pretty good. We're good, but let's take the break. Let's follow our rules. We need these breaks to be the most productive. All right, guys. If you guys are just tuning in, what I'm doing is we did a 3D scene. If you just skim through it, you can also see the other video. We're doing a 3D scene. I'm now finally drawing stuff and having some fun. Gonna be drawing all over this 3D area in grease pencil. I've been setting it up in 3D. I'm mostly versed in 3D. That's why I take a long time doing it. I feel like I'm scared to go into the grease pencil, but now we're in it. If you guys have any questions for either what's happening here or anything related to Blender, please ask away in the chat. I really appreciate you guys being here and watching. There's 9 of you guys. There's 9 of you just hanging out here with me on this Saturday night, morning, afternoon. So I'm doing my stretches. It's very important for me to do this so I can last a lot longer than I usually do. I used to be quitting after like 2.5 hours. Now I can last around 3.5 hours. So pretty good. So these the drawings are going good now. So now we're building through, and I'm gonna see if I can make some stylization choices when it comes to drawing. I don't know, all over these buildings and stuff. Jiraj says, by the way, how is collab with Spitfire going? Pretty well. We had a meeting today, going over the animatic that we're doing together, and we're feeling pretty good about it. It's gonna take a while, you know. We got our day jobs and stuff, but I'm pretty stoked, pretty excited for it. He's an excellent storyboard artist. He's a great artist in general, so it's a very exciting time. I feel privileged to be working with him, honestly. But if you guys don't know Spitfire Storyboards, check out his YouTube channel. He has a very good grease pencil related stuff with storyboarding and 3D and 2D hybrid stuff. He's very good. Check him out. I should have like a little image that comes up that shows like his stuff, but definitely check out his channel. So we're gonna be making some stylized choices here, figuring out where we're gonna put all this stuff. Let's see. So, you know, we got our fashionistas here, our mannequins, so to speak, and we'll start adding in some fills and stuff on the side of the buildings to make them look like, I don't know, actual buildings. Susan says, my husband likes your shirt. Thank you. He wears colorful shirts like that. That's awesome. I'll start wearing I have like 10, 15 different colorful shirts. Very bright, colorful shirts. So I'll definitely wear some different ones from now on, so for you to see it. It's pretty fun. It's a little space one. I feel like I look like a science teacher. Right? Like I look like I should be teaching some sort of like 5th grade science class or something. Oh man. Ugh. But yeah, guys, hope everybody's doing well out there. You know, life can be hard, but just know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. We're moving forward. We're traveling towards better times. It should be better than last year. Should be, you know. I know everybody's going through this stuff. Let me put some drops in my eyes. Susan says, I make all this and has has about 11 too. That's so funny. Let me put on some eye drops here. Putting drops in your eyes, huh? I should just get LASIK, right, guys? Just get the laser beam shot into my pupils. It's a scary thing to do. I don't know. But I was thinking about it because contacts aren't great, but I like wearing contacts for these streams because I like wearing these glasses. I like my colored glasses. Can I wear colored glasses and be able to see and not pay a fortune? I don't know. All right. Josh says, I'll have to go to sleep. Would hate the thought of lasers. Right? It's a scary thing. All right. Let's see. Jiraj, good luck with the rest of your stream and work. The glasses are awesome looking. Have a good night, Jiraj. Thank you for stopping by. Always fun to chat with you and connect. Have a good night. I know it's like 3 a.m. over there. Or 4 a.m.? 3 a.m., 2 a.m.? It's late. You should go to bed. Alright, let's see what this looks like here. We got 3 minutes. I'm just gonna mess with some color lights. I know I should be taking a break, but let's mess with some different colors here. We can make these blue. Can you even tell? Nothing's changing over here. Anything changing over here? Maybe changing the color of our building will help us here. Glasses are awesome. It's something I wish I had to wear glasses. No, you don't. Marco says 1:43 a.m. in Germany. 1:43 now, but still, yeah. See ya. Hungary? Slovakia. We got people from all over the world in this chat. It's amazing. All right. Let's see if we can have some fun before the timer runs up to change the color. We're gonna do hue and saturation. Let's see if change the hue of these colors. We'll hold shift while we change, or is it alt? Nope, control. Nope. There we go. We can control these a little better. Maybe make them darker buildings. We'll do the same with this one here. Let's add a hue saturation and let's shift the hue. It's funny how these two colors can like really change the look of the whole thing, you know? I think I'm liking these colors better. Let's change this orange as well. Another hue and saturation here. Control A or Shift A. Hue saturation. Maybe bring down the value. Maybe it's just too in your face. That's looking pretty cool. I'm gonna change those outlines. This outline's not looking too hot. I don't like the color, so we're just gonna change it back to black. All right, let's get back into it, guys. All right, drawing 30 minutes. Here we go. Let's get into our grease pencil. So we'll go to the grease pencil buildings. We have here, we'll choose the grease pencil. This first one. So you can see what it looks like with and without the lines we added. So let's do with the lines, right? We'll render it. And then we'll put it on. I think I'm liking this color a lot better. And then we'll do slot 2. Right? And then we'll take off the lines. And we'll render it. And you can see the difference here. Lines without lines. Lines, I don't know. I think it adds a little bit more to it. The only thing wrong was the lines that are colored badly. So let's make sure that those lines are colored correctly. So we will go to the lines there. We'll go to draw mode. We will select all the lines. Oh no, we won't select the lines. We'll go to our tint. And we'll make sure that it's just a dark color. There we go. We'll just do dark for now. We'll fix it later. Okay. Now when we look at it. Oh, forgot to render at the lines. There it is. So we got all our grease pencil lines. They're looking okay. A little faded back here. But, I mean, it doesn't matter right now. They're looking pretty good. And let's continue to see if we could do our drawings. Also, I don't like these cars. Or not cars, they're just blocks right now. But let's get rid of our tool panel here. We'll do the press T. And we will select the grease pencil that we want to work on. This one. You can see the canvas is all the way over there. So we'll go to draw. And we'll take off the overlays. Looks like text info. Relationship lines, bones. Take off onion skinning. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay. So. Let's go to draw. Let's bring this down so we have more space. Here we are at this level. We got our people out there in the window looking fabulous. And we'll add a window afterwards. Let's see what we could do to make this building on the side more interesting. So we'll zoom in. Let's choose some colors that make sense, right? Like, I can't use this palette, so I'll probably be adding more to this palette. So let's do this. Let's add a new palette. This should just be called my base palette. Sorry if you hear like a loud car in the background. Let's make a new palette. And we'll call this, you know, like the city palette. City palette. How do you spell palette? P-A-L-E-T-T-E? Palette? I know it's like one. It's probably one L. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right either. Doesn't matter. City palette. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill up my palette here with colors from the scene. Now that I'm getting closer to a color that I like. And just so I have them pretty readily available. So I select the color. I get the eyedropper. I'll select this blue here. And I'll add it. Boom. Got that color. Next color. Let's add eyedropper. Let's do this blue here. And I know it's a gradient, so, you know, we'll mess around with it. We got that blue. We'll add that. Next one. Let's do this pink. Added. Got it. I do like the pink in the background there, so let's do one more. This dark pink here. Good stuff. And I think one more. Like, I guess that's pretty much it. All right, for this antenna up here, I want to make sure it's this dark blue one, just so it's all matching. I like that my colors alternate, which is pretty cool. All right, so let's add some stuff to this building. Let's go to the layers. So we got our mannequins here. We'll name them like I think Quins. Is that how you spell it? Mannequins. All right, let's draw something. Let's just experiment with some drawing with stuff. So let's. Way too bright. May want to change the colors of these. Let's do this dark blue and then make it a little darker. So I'm just gonna draw some windows. I don't know, just add some texture here. And I don't think this color works too well, but we'll just keep going. And I'm doing a little sloppily because I'm just, I don't know, want to make it look like we're having fun. There we go. Yeah, and then I think there's usually like what signs for these, like right above. So we'll put this, make it a little darker. Can't even see what I'm doing right now, but we're making the sign. Here's our sign. Now this could be called, I don't know, something. And you know, just drawing through this, I don't know. Let's do some tinting here. We will go into our options to tint, and we will just do it on fills. And we'll see about just tinting the colors here. Maybe it's a little too dark. Maybe it's a little too bright, I mean. Or maybe we need to bring it up. There we go. Kind of like a gradient look. And we're just playing around with colors, guys. We're just having a little fun here. Our mannequins are looking fun. And maybe this layer is more transparent. So like it's not so bright on the screen. Our mannequins are looking pretty fun since they're all different like sections of it, so this is it really bright, but I'll probably lower the opacity just to make it a little, you know, more cartoon-esque. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can duplicate this light. I thought I had duplicate here. Yeah, duplicate object. Put this here. God, cars are driving by so quickly. And we'll lower the strength. Oops, not 4111. 1000. Here we go. And we'll keep drawing. Let's add some of these colors into the palette. So let's color pick this guy. We'll add that. Let's color pick this guy. I think that's pretty similar. Pretty similar colors, but it's okay. We'll keep going. Would there be like a door up here? No, there'll probably be some more, maybe some long windows. Here we go. Let's see if we can make this a little darker and add in some more details here. What's weird is that I was drawing on the surface. Let's draw the origin. There we go. So those are on the surface, those are correct, but then these are not. So let's keep going. Let's just draw some like simple just shadows underneath. We're just feeling it out, guys. Just having fun. Feeling out these window sills. Just adding some like drawn on details to it. Maybe underneath this sign we have some details here. Oops. Is this sign on the wall? It is on the wall. So we're going to use surface. And we're going to fix those windows too. There we go. And all I'm doing is zooming up right in the camera view. There we go. It doesn't have to be perfect. Maybe we'll make a darker silhouette here. We can add in like... If we made it fully black... Oh, it's because it's like transparent. Let's see what it looks like full color. Full color looks alright. Yeah, we may need to color it over and subdue it, but we'll keep it on full color, a full opacity, I should say, and let's just draw some, you know, some tedious stuff here. Maybe this is like too much detail, you know? Get this color, we'll make it bright. So some of these windows are turned on. And see, you don't even have to be a person who knows how to draw super well. You just have to give it the semblance of it. Maybe that's like when you start making random lights that turn on, it starts to look weird because I mean, it looks too planned out. So that looks pretty good. Maybe this one's just turned on. This one. Yeah, I totally messed this up, but we'll fix it now. So let's go back to surface. Draw on the surface. We will color pick that dark color I was using. We'll add it to our palette. So we have it. Put some underneath there. Great. We'll go back to surface. Maybe we'll go to a stroke and then we'll choose pen. Let's see what a bright color looks like. We'll make it a little thinner. You know, I would definitely should just look up some Japanese words because that'd be fun. But we'll call this one Rob. Or maybe we'll make it thinner. Robo? Robo. Make it thinner for the radius. Make it a little bigger here. And right now I'm just drawing on the surface. Let's see what that looks like since I'm not on the camera here. Oopsies. Yeah, from what I'm looking like, yeah, it's just right off the surface, which is pretty fun. It's kind of like neon lights. All I'm doing is drawing right on the surface of these objects. See, they're just, it's like right on the surface, floating above, and it just kind of has to look like it's like on there. For right now, I'm gonna do something technical where I'm gonna fix these windows. Oopsies, because they're not on the surface, and that's my bad. So let's go to edit mode. I'll have to turn these on, which is kind of annoying because everything turns gray. I think this, okay. There we go. Oh, I accidentally selected. Oh, shoot. Shoot. All right, let's try going to box select and choosing the lasso tool and then holding shift. Now I can just lasso these. Also, let me unselect everything. We'll lasso tool these. All right, and we'll grab these and bring them against the wall. There we go. And now they're against the wall. And now they look a little weird, so we're just going to move them a little to the left. And I'm looking at the left side here. Oh, look, I missed one. We missed this. See, we'll grab it, bring it to behind the wall. There we go. That looks a little messed up. Let's move that to the correct spot. There we go. Cool. So, Sassy, hello. How's it going? How you doing, Sassy? We're just doing a little drawing here, drawing over some 3D objects. So we're getting there. We're getting to this like nice flat looking look. Let's see if I can continue this process. We're gonna make another layer. So I got all this is on this layer, and we could probably separate it later, but we'll just keep going. So we'll open up a new make a new layer. And this time, so we'll go into draw mode. And this time we'll go to side, and then we'll do surface, and then we'll start drawing right on front here. Sassy YS Books, thank you for joining. How's it going? things are going well, Sassy. We're just doing some drawing, feeling good. We're hanging out. Um, just hanging, man. How about you? How long you been watching? All right, let's see if I can just draw on this. Yes, I can. So let's start getting some of these colors. Let's see if we can add some flat colors onto this. And let's rotate over here on the side and see what the front of this building looks like. And we'll also zoom up on here so we can see it. We'll right click so we can take that off. There you go. All right, let's I think I don't have these colors. Let me get them again. Maybe I don't have them. So that looks all right. There we go. All right, so we have the front here. And what we're trying to do is, Susan says, that is really looking good, Grease Monkey. I appreciate it, Susan. I always second guess myself making these things. I don't know. So I'm really glad you typed that. Makes me feel good. So yeah, so now that we have the 3D going, right, it starts looking more fun and cartoony and stuff. So we don't want to overly complicate it with details. We just want to have breakups in color. So I'll just keep going here. So obviously we'll make that in the front. Maybe there's like windows up in here. So let's get one of these colors. And I'm just adding probably the same color over and over again. I'm just making sure I have these colors here, right? Okay. Maybe a dark color instead. And it's going on there flat, right? Okay, good. There we go. So on here, I'll probably make this doorway dark, because you can see it here at the bottom. It should obviously be dark. So let's make it dark. Keep just drawing in where we think it's supposed to be dark. There we go. Then maybe we'll add a lighter color here on the side. See, and that starts looking pretty fun here in the corner. You see the door? Obviously, it could just be dark. It kind of looks flat, but once we add that color in, I think it really brings it. There we go. All right, let's keep drawing up and down this building. See, all this doesn't even have to be perfect. It just has to look kind of fun. So let's do this. Let's get this color that is actually appearing on the building right here. And let's see what happens when we just draw with that color on here. I think that's good. So let's do it again. I think I forgot to add it. Get this color right here. We'll add the color. And now we'll just draw with it on the front. And I think that matches it pretty good. There we go. We're just drawing squares. Just to kind of add texture to the look. Let's zoom up on here to see if it's ruining anything. It kind of is. Maybe I should make something thin. There it is. So probably just make something thin all the way down. Kind of adds that texture. I think I'll do the same thing here. Make it thin. Maybe this is like a glass. But I don't want it to interfere with the black grease pencil there. Feeling good. Cool, and then we'll do it the same here to the top. So these are kind of like just bright lights, I guess, that are appearing at the top here. I don't like that it goes over my grease pencil, so I'll make it real much thinner. There we go. There we go, and then we'll do this one. There we go. That's looking fun. We'll do another one here on the side. There we go. It's looking pretty cool. And we're doing it really bright on that side because that's where the light is. We'll do one at the top here too. Yeah, you can kind of see it creeping up here. Maybe I should do some more up here. There we go. Cool. We're adding some good looks here. Some good looks. We got the store going on, and I wonder if maybe we should draw right up in here. Like, let's see. Like, make a really thin strip. I'll do this with a stroke instead. Let's see if that works. That went crazy. Let's see. Hold on. Yes, I think this works. Cool. And then we'll draw a line right around here, so it goes around the corner. Kind of weird how it looks. Let's see. Let's do a little stylistic choice where we just have it connect like that. Now that I'm using these strokes, maybe I can use these strokes for other stuff. Like, does it look good to do a thicker stroke up here? Maybe a different color. We'll do the purple. We'll see if this works. No, maybe purple's getting too much for me. All right. Really coloring up our lines here. I think this will look good if it has like a bright looking sign type of situation. It's not even supposed to be anything. There we go. Let's also add some details up here on this little cube. Oopsies. We'll go to fill, a darker color, maybe the darkest one that we have. Maybe not the darkest, maybe kind of the darkest. There we go. And we're just filling up, I don't know, some dead space here, so it just doesn't look like a block. We'll probably move those windows around. And yeah, we're building that building up. Making it look like it has like a toon shader on it, which I think is pretty neat. All right, break time to stretch. Woo! All right, I think this is going to be my last 30 minutes, so I'll do this 10-minute break. Then I'll do some more drawing. Maybe I'll do something different than this building. But we're finally getting to a place where I can start, I don't know, making kind of like an impressionist type of art style for this stuff. Maybe I can I don't know, draw some things in the foreground. But I'm going to continue drawing onto the buildings. Maybe there can be things on the left or the right. I'll figure out what to put on the circular building. But I think it's going pretty good now that I have the outlines for these buildings getting set. It's feeling pretty good. Only 5 of you watching out there, so hopefully all 5 of you are having fun here. Oh man. Oh man. Anybody watch any good movies out there? Any good movies? Watch this movie Underwater, which is pretty good. You guys should check that one out. That's a lot of fun. I watched Tenet, which is a pretty complicated movie. Time traveling movie. I guess it's time traveling. But oh man. Feeling good in the neighborhood. I think I'm gonna be trying to make some time lapses this week so I can post them, talk over them. I've been studying how to do some characters. You know, I'm not the greatest at doing the drawing. I'm a 3D person, so you know, there's a lot of mistakes there that I'm gonna I'm gonna let you bear witness to my mistakes. And Marco says the movie he's seen is The Invitation, 2015. And is the other movie mandatory, or are you saying it's a mandatory viewing? And Marco says, I'm thinking of Ending Things, 2020. I'm thinking of Ending Things. Oh yeah, I definitely gotta check that one out. I think I saw the trailer for that one. Really gotta check that one out. The Invitation, I gotta Google that one though. Let's see. The Invitation. Oh, nice. This is like a horror thriller movie. I'll definitely end up watching this. And I'm thinking of Ending Things. Let me make sure I'm thinking of the right movie. Oh yeah, I gotta check that one out too. Nice. That's some good looking movies. Oh, don't go, Marco. Have a great night. Thank you for the movie suggestions. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great day. Yes, not supernatural, but horror nonetheless. Well, I'll definitely check it out, Marco. Marco, have a good night. Marco. Oh man. Oh. Recently been watching X-Files. That's a great show. Y'all should watch X-Files. I know it's a little dated for some of you people, but X-Files is an amazing show. Mr. Duchovny, Mulder and Scully. Oh man, they're so much fun. I love all the episodes. I like the episodes that have to do with the story, but also the episodes that are just like, it feels like the Twilight Zone. It feels like I'm watching a modern Twilight Zone-y, like something's always crazy happening. Some of it doesn't make sense. You know. It's great. Y'all should watch X-Files. That's my recommendation. Go watch X-Files. You get through the first season, maybe the second season, but the third season, that's where it's like, you know, every episode's a fun little like urban legend type story. Oh man. So yeah, so what I'm going to be doing, depending how I'm feeling, right? So I'm going to do one more 30 minutes of drawing on this scene. And if I'm feeling up to it, maybe I might just stream me practicing drawing my characters. I'm not great at drawing characters, so definitely don't expect much from me. But maybe I'll do that. Seeing how I'm feeling. Seeing how many droplets I can put into my contact eye. And I can continue to last, you know? But I'm liking how this is looking. Let me sit back down. I'm liking how this is looking, right? Like, you know, if we were to, oopsies. If we were to change the shader for these buildings, let's see what would happen. Go to object. Let's see what happens when we change the colors for stuff. And let's put this over here to the camera. Okay, so obviously yellow's not good. So yeah, I guess, you know, maybe I shouldn't be changing these colors, you know? Like, let's see if we change the building color. I think I'm gonna undo all this, but yeah, let's undo this. Okay, cool. We'll keep it at those colors. But yeah, I think drawing on the surfaces and give it like a weird wobbly look, I think it adds a lot of fun to it. Because without these strokes, this is what the building looks like, right? So with nothing on it, you know, with stuff. Oh, where'd he go? Uh-oh. There you go. With stuff, without it. With stuff, without it. I think it adds a lot of life to it. You know, right off the top. It's really nice. And now that I'm getting into a flow of this, it's becoming easier. I like this dark blue look. The pink in the background's looking pretty good too. I mean, maybe. Let's see. Let's see if we added a hue saturation color. There we go. And we'll change the color. Let's see. Maybe like a dark blue. Maybe like this. Instead of pink, match it more with like a dark blue. We can saturate it, maybe make it darker. Starting to look better and more like a night scene. It's pretty cool. Make it really bright. Maybe it doesn't have to be that dark. Nah, it should be somewhat dark. There we go. Let's do like a quick render, see what that looks like before our break is up. Okay, I still gotta get rid of these cars. Let me get rid of these cars. Okay. There we go. So our dude's looking all right. We got our character, our little mannequins on the left side. Feeling good. Once all this is like filled up with more color, it'll start looking nicer and nicer. We'll start adding more into the sky, maybe like put some stars up there or something. But I think I'm liking how it's turning out, you know? Using the 3D, 2D type of thing. I think it's feeling pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. So next, let's figure out what to do with this like right building, and then I think we're gonna call it on this scene, and then we'll see how I'm feeling if I want to keep going. So here we go. Oh my god. If you guys have any questions, please ask. Okay, here we go. Okay, great. So we're going to be on this grease pencil, and we're going to do everything on the same thing, right? So let's go back. And let's, luckily we have our palette still going. We got our draw. And we're going to do it on the surface. We're going to keep doing that. We're going to put this to the front view. And we're going to start drawing on this side on the left. So we'll zoom up on here so we can see it. So you guys can see it. And we will zoom up on it over here. There you go. Oh wait, let me move it so you can see it past the timer. There we go. Okay, so we're just gonna draw on this with the colors. Let's see. Let's try this color, and we're gonna draw right on this and see what that looks like. So the reason it's doing this is because this is a curved surface, right? So if we're looking around it, it's like cutting, the building is cutting right into it. So I think what we have to do is maybe bring the surface up more, the offset, I'm sorry, and then draw on it, see what happens. Let's see. Maybe that's too bright. Let's try a different color. I know that I can't draw all the way around it because it is going to cut through. Let's see. Right? If I draw all the way around it. Oh, no. I mean, I guess it doesn't cut through. As long as I do... As long as I go right back to the beginning, right? So right there. It looks like it's fine. So let's try this. Let's try dark color first. Okay, yeah, that's the color I want. So let's do this color. And we'll just go all the way around and we'll follow. Oh man, it still has this patch there. I guess I could just keep drawing over it. Cover it up. Let's try this one. Would it be cooler if I just did triangles? Triangles would probably be better. Let's do that. Let's go to the color. And let's do a triangle instead. But that's the wrong color. Right? No? That's fine. Triangle. Boom. Cut it in. Triangle. Boom. Cut it in. Hi. Toy Butcher says, hi, palette with predefined colors is inbuilt in Blender, or is it kind of an add-on? Didn't see it before. So, Toy Butcher, thank you for asking the question. So for the palette, right, what I'm doing is I'm using two materials. I'm either using a stroke or a fill. And in the materials up here, you can either choose to use the material, right? That's what this button is. It's called paint mode material. And then there's vertex colors, right? So if you do materials, it's going to use the color that is in the material itself. So here's the material. And right now, let's go to fill and see that it's black. So when I color, it's going to be black, right? But if you use vertex paint, what that's going to do is it's going to make it so you can choose the colors that you want, right? And when you go to vertex paint, the palette that you'll have is this one. Oh, not that one. This one. You'll have this palette, and you can choose from all the different colors. But what I did is I pressed this button here where I put add new palette, and then I made my own palette by picking a color here, using the eyedropper tool, selecting the color that I want, right? So now it's this color, and then I use the little plus sign, and then I add that color to my palette. So I'm just making my own custom palette as I go along, and it is built in, and it's not part of, it is part of Blender. It's not an add-on. Okay. Hopefully that explains that for you. But let me know if you didn't understand it. I'll definitely explain it again. And thank you, Toy Butcher, for asking. Anybody else have questions? Please ask. We're just hanging out. I'm not necessarily caring where we're going with this. All right, so let's just keep making our... Oh my goodness. All right, let's keep making our triangles. Maybe I'll get rid of it, maybe not. We'll see. And maybe I'll start doing it with strokes instead. What if it was like over here? What if it was a stroke? Let's see that. And let's make it bigger and not affected by pressure sensitivity. Toy Butcher says, understand. Thank you for the explanation. No problem. Thank you for asking. I think for this building, I'm going to erase these. And I am going to use just the stroke. And I'm just going to color at the top of these. We'll use the bright color maybe on the edges here. And we'll make them thinner. Maybe too bright, maybe not. We'll see. And if you look at this from the side, it looks ridiculous. It looks like it just has a line going down it, but it looks pretty decent in this drawing here. I don't know. Let's keep playing around. We're just playing around with these coolers. So Susan said the highlights are perfect. Thank you. I'll keep them then. I was second guessing them. Let's see if I can get something dark here. Maybe put it underneath. Alright, we're just putting some shadow where I think the shadow would be. See if we can add some depth to this whole thing. I feel like this cylinder should probably have like an entryway, right? So let's see if we can add that real quick. And we'll do it by going to edit mode. We'll go to face mode. We'll select the faces. We'll do Control E. No. Shifty? No. Hold on. Control Shift E. Alt E. There it is. Alt E. Extrude faces along normals. And we'll give it, you know, like it sinks in, like there's a doorway here. Cool. We'll go back to object mode. We will go to the grease pencil and go back to drawing. Oh, we forgot one thing. We should right click on this building, hit smooth, and then do the auto smooth. Oh, it's already on. There we go. Much better. Oh, that's just the shadow making it look like it's faceted. Anyway, we'll go back to our grease pencil and keep drawing. Take this off and use the colors to do it. And right now we're just on surface mode, so it's drawing right on top of the object. And we're just drawing along. And having some fun. I don't think this color looks too good. Maybe darker. That's too dark. I feel like this cylinder needs like other stuff, like maybe if it was like a shiny glass. Let's see if I can do something. We'll make the radius smaller and we will make it a pen. We'll make it thicker. I don't know. Needs something. Like maybe these lines. I feel like it's too bright too. But it definitely needs something. Don't know. Don't know what it needs, guys. But we're just gonna keep going. So let's start filling out this building. The same thing. Side view. Let's see if we can view it from here. Fill. Strength. We're doing the surface. Maybe we could do it a little closer. It should be thinner. Maybe it should be closer to the surface. Let's zoom up on this, see how this looks like. I don't know. Maybe it should be real thin. Real thin near the top. There we go. Toy Butcher, by something reason link to the Instagram with grease in it isn't available. Sorry, page is available just in case. Just my care subscribe. Thank you. I thought I changed it earlier. And I can't. Where? Man. Where's that link exactly, Toy Butcher? It's on Instagram, right? But where exactly are you seeing that link? Oh, it's at the. I know where it is. You're right. It's in the video description, right? That's where it's at. Let me fix that real quick. YouTube Studio, content, live stream. I gotta change them all now. I forgot that I changed the. There we go. Thank you for that. Yeah, I changed my handle on Instagram, and I honestly ruined everything because now I have to go through all my videos and make sure that I add that in the description. Thank you for letting me know. Again, I messed up. Not you, but I was told earlier and I thought I fixed it. Okay. Let's see where we're at here. And let's continue to make some strides here. So, Susan says, when you're drawing on the surface, what's the distance away? So for all of them, I've had to do something a little different, but for right now, what I'm doing is surface 0.012 is the distance for the surface, Susan. But I've changed it quite a few times for these different buildings. So here we go. Just drawing right on the surface. It looks like they're just appearing. I'm just drawing to where I think they are, and then they appear. And some of these don't look too good. That one doesn't look too good. There we go. Make it a little darker. So what am I doing wrong? Mine are so far away from the surface, even at 0.005. Um, what could be wrong? But what if it's at 0? Does it? What if it? Susan, what happens when you have the distance away at 0? Does that make it so it's right up against it, or? Huh. Try. I know this is probably obvious, but try 0.001? 0.001. You said you have it at 0.005. Yeah, I'm not sure what it could be. And you have it on surface. And depending on what direction you're looking at, whether you're looking at it from the front view, try switching out these views. Try view, front view, top view, and see if changing any of these change anything, Susan. Now let's try some colors here. Susan says, okay, hang on. Let's see if that helps her. We're gonna make a dark doorway here. See if we could just imply it without needing to actually model it in. Yeah, I guess that's implied. There we go. Maybe we can make, let's see if we can change the material for this building to something a little that matches a little closer to it, to the colors that I'm drawing on it. Let's see. It's actually looking pretty neat when the value goes down. Let's see. Maybe bring the value up a little higher. Bring it up all the way to the top to 2 super bright buildings here. I think we'll bring it down to like maybe like 0.9. Super saturated colors. Look at these gradients. It's looking pretty fun though, regardless. There we go. And I think I like the direction that it's going. Feeling cartoony. All right. Oh man. All right. Been drawing all over these 3D objects, giving like that impressionist thing looks. Let's keep going and let's draw on top of this this signage here. Make it a little bright. We will go to draw mode, stroke, and the light color. Oh man, I tuned in late, missed all the fun. Aw, Ferd, it's okay. Hi, Ferd. 0.01 had about half a grid away and 0 on the surface, but it's sort of inside. Yours does not look like mine. I wonder what's happening. Have you also tried changing the thickness of what you're drawing, like the radius of your brush? Because maybe it has to be thick enough to like stick out and stuff. All right, let me draw on the surface here. I hate that sometimes this works and sometimes it doesn't, where I'm like drawing and I can't see it. Because like, let's look at it from this angle. Like, look at that. That doesn't look like it's doing so hot. Let's try front, right? That's what it should be. Toy Butcher says maybe it's because of flip normals. That's possible too. But yeah, try changing the radius. You said that it looks the same. Could be flip normals. I'm not sure, Susan. You may have to upload the project file onto the Discord so I can see it. This scene is going. Look at that big old line. Let's see if I did a big old line. That looks ridiculous. But let's make it kind of ridiculous. See if we can draw on this building now. Oh man, I can't see what I'm drawing. Does that look okay? Maybe it's a little thick. Render this out, see what this looks like. It's looking cartoony and fun. I think I'm liking the color choices I'm doing here. It's turning out like lots of fun. All right. Ooh, 3 minutes left. Do some stretching here. Eight viewers, guys. Eight people watching. How's everybody feeling out there? Somebody texted me. I think we're going pretty good. I think we're going in a good direction now, drawing on these. Oh, where'd my pen go? Now drawing on the surfaces of these objects. We can start giving it more of a painterly look. Not even painterly, just like wobbly. Let's see what it looks like when I get these. And we'll see it from here too. When I go into edit mode, right? So we'll go into edit mode. We will select all of them. And we will do a maybe smooth stroke, smooth points. Let's see. And let's see what this looks like. We'll just smooth it 100 times. And you can see that they're changing a bit, right? So let's just do 100. Let's see what that looks like. This Blender file is probably going to crash. Oh, they look a lot smoother. I don't know if it's any better, but they look less jagged. We'll keep it. Maybe I'll change it later. Got little mannequins down here, so that's looking like a lot of fun. And you said you sent the file. Susan sent the file. Let's see. Did you send it to my email or the Discord? Well, try my email, Susan. Oh, all right. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 10 more minutes. So I'll take that 10-minute break. But in that break, I'm gonna see if I can crank out If I can crank out a head, like a little character head, just to get my practice in. My eyes do hurt, so I think I will stop, but right after this. Oh, actually, we'll take the 10-minute break since Susan sent me the project file. Let's take the time. Let me save this and figure out what's happening on her project file that she cannot draw. It seems like the distance away isn't working well. So let's see. Let's switch over to our break. We're back. I'm larger than life. All right, we're gonna open up Susan's project file. It's on my desktop, and we're gonna draw on this. Okay, so it looks like you got your grease pencil object here. You got your sphere. Let's go to draw mode and see how I can draw on this. But it's really far away. So you said you want to... Oh, it is pretty far away. That's so true. Let's see. Let's see where these objects are at. These objects are the nice scale. Alright, I'm gonna delete her. I'm not gonna delete it. I'm just not gonna see it. I'm gonna make another one. Grease pencil. Blank. We will make a new material. We will make it that green material. We will just do fit stroke. And then we will go into the draw mode. Let's see if it continues to happen, Susan. You're at 0.15. Well, that's weird. Change this to front. Can we draw on this? That's so weird. It's like so far away. You're right. Ink pen. Let's use this material. There's definitely something up. Like, it appears all the way at the end here. So, but if we do something real low, it's still super far away. What is happening? Let's troubleshoot this. Let's try to change this to 3D layer. No, that's super weird. Surface. Interesting. If we did origin, that'd be there. Ah. Let's try. Yeah, so if anybody tuning in, we're trying to troubleshoot this project file that one of our viewers in the chat has, where she's trying to draw on the surface. So we're on surface, right? We're on 0.007. We're gonna put it onto front, and when we draw, it doesn't draw on the surface. It draws really far away. So then when we put it at 0, now it's on it. Maybe the scene dimensions. Scene dimensions? You mean like 24 frames? Ambient occlusion, screen space reflections. Toy Butcher, what do you mean by scene dimensions? Cube size, soft shadow. Yeah, this is so weird. World space, 3D screen. Stroke, surface. Yeah, even at 0.001, it is like so. What is the screen dimensions? Yeah, like what were you saying? Pixels, region, blah blah blah. Is it this? Units, metrics. Interesting. So let me Susan, I'm gonna open up my own version. Let's see, new. Yeah, I can't understand either, Susan. So let me just go to general. I'm gonna open up my own version. I just open up a new grease pencil, add grease pencil, blank, draw, view. We'll do surface. Yeah, mine gets a lot closer once I change it to the right distance. But then I go and I open yours. Make a new one. Draw mode. We'll draw on top. Super far away. Oops. Stroke. Toy Butcher says scene properties units. Let's see. No, it doesn't seem to be changing anything. I'm not sure. Because that is significantly far away. View. Draw. Yeah, I'm not sure, Susan. We're gonna have to keep testing it. Maybe I can like save. Maybe I can save an empty project file, send you that project file, and then see if that works. So we'll do that. Now we'll do one that works, right? So we'll do new. I'll add in an object. I'll go to. I will. Oh, where'd it go? There we go. I will get the stroke. We will add the cube, make it a different color, just so we can see it. We'll go to the stroke. We'll make it a blue color. We'll go to edit mode, draw, surface. Drawing on that surface pretty far away. Let's do it at like 0.3. So there it is, being drawn correctly for the most. Oh yeah, we were doing it with her offset, and her offset is like ridiculous. Like it was at 0.001 and it was still quite a significant distance away. Maybe it's related to the origin. So I'm gonna save this, Susan. And I'm gonna email it to you right now. Let's email you. Oh, time is up. Did it in 10 minutes? All right, Susan, I emailed you the project file, and let's reset this timer real quick. I want to try one more thing. Let's open up your project. And see where your origin is, because Ferd said something about your origin is in maybe a weird place. I don't know. Anyway, let me know. Let me know, Susan, if that project file helps you at all. So I'm gonna spend these last 9 minutes because my eyes kind of hurt. I'm gonna just do some sketching of some portraits. We'll see. I'm not that good at it, but we'll do some sketching, and we'll see what I can make, and then I'll be done for the day. I appreciate everybody who's been watching. 7 to 8 people here. So let's start a new project. I have it all set and ready to go. Let's see if I can make something that's nice. That's nice looking, huh? So let's draw the basics of a head. Fred's like, I'm grasping at straws over here. Yeah, me too. So let me just draw what I think I should be doing. I mean, I'm still learning this stuff. So the head goes down. You know, I'm just trying to remember the basic shapes. This looks like a long neck, right? And I like to sketch with this pen and just have it dark, no light. Susan says, your file works. Maybe I need to check my the differences in the file. In every file. Yeah, I wonder if you have like some sort of settings in there that is like disrupting it or something. So let's see about drawing this. I should be drawing with like some reference or something, right? I got 7 minutes. We'll see what we do here. Because I have the building already made and cannot get them near the surface. What you could do is you can get that project file that I sent you. Go to File, Append, and move your stuff from your project file into it. If is that useful to you at all? Susan, no problem. Thank you for hanging out and asking questions, because that's the type of stuff that can get somebody to be really frustrated with Blender when something's not working correctly. It's like the worst, right? Well, let's see if I can crank out a head here. So I got my bases. Maybe this should be like a long wavy hair, right? Getting real sketchy here. I know that the shoulders should be here. Drawn all around. 5 minutes. All right, so I think that's, I don't know, some basis of like what I can do here. Let's now make another layer. We'll lower the opacity on this. Let's see if I can, I don't know, draw this nicely. So when I draw these hairs, I draw them backwards. So then the thick part's at the top, right? Yeah, I definitely need a lot of practice on my hair. There's a lot of work I can definitely be doing. Let's draw it backwards, like I said. So I get the thin part at the bottom. And it goes down to a hairline here. There we go. See if we can get... Alright. Get some lips going. Isn't it great to have undo forever? See if I can put some lips at a decent... There we go. Susan, maybe restoring Blender to factory defaults might help. Could you have done something to save the file, startup file? That's another good one. Setting it to the defaults probably. I think she's using 2.91, or maybe not. Do it backwards. There we go. Let's draw the shoulder coming out. Maybe backwards, so the thick part's at the top. Get the rest of the neck here. Let's make her an angel. Huh? What if she's an angel? That's like an easy thing to add, add character. Or maybe she's a devil, right? We'll keep going. Got our nose going. Here's our eye. Maybe we should make these a little smaller. You know what? I think I can. It's gonna be a long stream. I'll do one more draw. So we're gonna do 30 minutes. Let me switch this to the correct timer. And I'm tiny again. All right, let's see what we can. Here we go. Having a lot of fun doing these quick drawings. Maybe these eyes aren't looking too great. We'll see. Maybe I shouldn't have put the 30-minute timer on it, huh? By the way, your CG main business or just a hobby? So, Toy Butcher, what I do, I mostly do like 3D work, 3D freelancing work. I do a lot of 3D stuff. So this is my first foray into like grease pencil and 2D art. So yes, CG visual effects is my number one to do it like in live action movies. Then like computer graphics, and now I'm trying to learn how to draw, and using grease pencil as my tool to draw. So that's basically my main thing, you know. Yeah, she looks like she has like giant eyes. Maybe these are like way too big. Let's see what this looks like without the sketch underneath. Yeah, those eyes are looking real thin. Let's erase them. Oops. Let's go to erase and do stroke and then erase. So they just all go away at the same time. So no eyes. No eyes. Let's see if we can add a fill. And luckily I have some colors here that I can have fun with. It's always fun to have a gal blue hair. So let's do this blue hair here. Did that wrong. Go to solid fill, blue hair, and that's what we're doing. Oh, let's use the paint bucket tool. Let's see if this helps out. We'll hold shift. Oh my god, why? There we go. We'll hold shift to cover any of these holes. And then we'll use the paint bucket tool. Oh my god, there's a hole over here. Okay, there we go. That's nice. There's a hole over here. And there's a hole over here. Where are these holes coming from? There we go. Alright, so we got our hair. This dork hair going. We'll call it hair. We'll do another layer now. And we will do skin. But we'll do it underneath. And we'll make it a white lady. So we'll draw it. Oh. Thought I had a text. I thought somebody cared. Okay, so drawing the color here on a different layer. And since we're underneath, very easy to then fill this in. It's right underneath the hair, so it becomes a lot easier. And we're going to figure out what we're going to do with those eyes. Great. There's some lines I want to fix in the line art. Where's this line art? There it is. So we'll go to edit mode. We'll also select to auto lock all inactive layers. And then we'll choose this, what is it called? Radius tool, and we'll hit A to select all of it, and then we will make everything thinner. What if it was like really thin? There we go. I think it was actually good, pretty thick. I think this one line is what's bothering me. This should probably be moved up a little bit. There we go. Toy Butcher, thank you for enjoy time. It's 5 a.m. and I have to go. Man, 5 a.m. People be watching this like so late. Toy Butcher, thank you for being here, hanging out. I appreciate you asking your questions. I hope to see you next week. Have a good night or good morning, whatever you're going to be doing now. Have a good one, Toy Butcher. All right, maybe I can make these lips bigger too. There we go. And then we'll make another layer and we'll call it lips. Redwood Factory restart was the answer, but now I have to add all my add-ons, but at least that is easier. Yes. And good suggestion, Ferd. Susan, I'm glad you fixed it. I think I wish we knew what it was though. Like I wish we knew what was causing that, because that would solve, you know, just be better to know. Draw the lips. And I may redo these lips here. Maybe I'll go to sculpt mode and smooth out the thickness. Nope, not make it thinner. Make it thinner with very little strength. Alright, we'll go back to the lips. Fill in those parts. Okay, and then for this line, these lines, I think what I'm gonna do is what if we tinted them, right? So what if we did like a tint and I chose the color that it is? Oh my god. Nope, let's make it darker. What would happen if you append something from your old file to the fresh file? Yeah, maybe that could work too. Alright, we have lines. Great, so we have the line here, the line work that goes above everything else. We got the lips. Let's make one more line layer underneath. And we will make some glasses. So let's do a solid stroke. And let's choose this yellow color and see if we can make, oh my god, that was dumb. Make some glasses here. Because we're going to avoid drawing eyes. There we go. We'll move this on top. We'll go to edit mode and we will duplicate it. We will scale this because we're seeing it at a better angle. And then we're going to select both of these, position it in a better way. The nose is like right in the center. There we go. Maybe the glasses are a little high, so we will bring them down. Great, so we're gonna paint behind them. So we'll do activate this, strokes on back. We'll choose a fill and we'll choose, you know, like a blue color. That's not what I wanted. Undo. We'll go to draw. We'll just draw the, oh my god. We'll draw the glass. There we go. Looking hip. Oh, actually, what we're gonna do is we'll draw the reflection first. That'll make it easier for me. So there's one. There's two. Try to do it at the same angle. There's two. And I will draw the blue underneath. GM, you have my file. You can find out using that if you have more luck than me. And trying to find the answer. Oh, I'll check that. I will check that. Right after this, Susan. Alright, so we'll go to stroke. Go to the yellow. And we will make it bigger. We also make it not adjust by size. And we would just connect the lines here. There we go. And maybe, you know, maybe we'll do it with a fill instead to make it look like it's like there we go. All right. Maybe we can use some of this orange. Take away it going on the back, put orange. Oh my goodness, what's happening here? There we go. So let's just make half circles. Or maybe it should be underneath. I don't like how this is working now. Oh shoot. This is on stroke. I'm gonna put it on origin. Or this is what I'll do. I'm gonna go to edit mode. I'm going to get the brims right. I'm going to duplicate them. Duplicate. And I'm going to move them into a different layer. No. Go to draw mode. Can I color them a different color? Oh my god. So I'm going to move them to a different layer. That is what I'm going to do. New layer. We'll move it underneath. We will color it a different color. Great. Now we will grab them and make them bigger. Maybe move them. There we go. Got some hip glasses. She's looking cool. And that's how you avoid drawing eyes. For now. I can draw eyes. I just don't like to right now. So she's looking cool. Yeah, but I don't like how this hair's going. Definitely think it could work a lot better. But the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get that skin color I used. Figure out where the line is. So what is this? Sunglasses. We got our line art. So I'm gonna do another layer here called shadow. I'm gonna set it to multiply. And then see if I can draw some shadows or whatever. Or whatever. obviously pretty saturated there. There we go. That's actually what I want. See if I can figure out where all the shadows are. We got one here. Pretty nice. I know there's one usually under the lip because your lip sticks out. Maybe that doesn't look good. Maybe I'm not going to do that. Doesn't look good to me. Let's use the red to see how this looks multiplied. Looks pretty intense. Let's desaturate this. I think the saturation's what's killing it right now. There we go, much smoother. Some lips going on. Looking cool. Looking cool, Joker. Okay, so see if we can, that's a little too dark, so let's get that color and then bring down the, maybe the value. No, not the value. The, is it the saturation? Yeah, maybe it is the value. So we'll bring up the value. Great, so we'll bring up the value to, you know, brighter. Okay. Oh man, I keep messing this up. Do you ever set a light source direction to facilitate your drawn shadows? Yeah, I always do the traditional top left type of stuff for now while I'm learning how to draw and stuff. It's definitely not challenging because I should be like you said, setting it through. Oh my god. Like maybe I should be experimenting. But yes, I do. It's always top left. Can definitely be using a mask here. I'm definitely when I do these live streams, I'm definitely not doing everything properly because I am just trying to have fun, and I'm also just trying for, I don't know, something to be entertaining to watch. So I do just kind of do things, I don't know, like whatever sometimes. But when I'm practicing on my own, I'm like doing the boring stuff of learning and like drawing the shapes over and over and figuring out the lights and stuff. But I take these live streams as like a performance. So it's like, you know, like you're in a band or something like that. You have all your practice where you practice the songs really well. And then you practice, and then there's like the practice from when you have to perform. Like it is a performance and stuff, but that performance is the practice. Like you're practicing the performance. You know what I mean? That's what I'm doing now. So I'm taking less liberties of learning when I'm doing it and just freehanding what I know right now. You're getting me at a state of where I'm at. And then I go on my private time, I look over these videos and I figure out what I need to improve on, which is always a bunch of stuff. You know, like if finding out what shorthands are for these like type of situations, like hair situations, like practicing hair. It can be quite tedious stuff. Like right now, I don't know what to do with his hair, but I got 9 minutes, so I'm taking it easy. But yeah, like even this, like sometimes it should just be simple, right? But I don't even know. Like, what if I did shadows? We'll do a mask, and we will do. Oh, it wouldn't work because it'll get rid of that. Never mind. Never mind. So yeah, even here, like, you know, I'm doing a performance, and I don't know, I need to finish it in 8 minutes. And I pretty much call this done. So what? Like, I add some like things in the background, like I'll pick a color, maybe her lip color, and draw it in the back, right? Draw, maybe get her a darker color, put it in between. I still wish they had softening of mask inside of Grease Pencil Object. Me too. That definitely would be nice. See if we can change some colors here. You know, sometimes I overthink things and think that things need to be so perfect, but they don't. You know, like right now there's a few things wrong. Like I don't like the hair. It needs better shading. But you know, you add this together. You know, we'll change the camera, right? So it's a square, Instagrammable. We'll move the camera. You know, we'll add a background. We'll pick that color, the red color, but we'll see if we can change it to something that fits. Maybe that yellow. Nice little orange yellow. Warm yellow. More desaturated. We can get our stroke. We could throw in a bunch of effects on it. We'll like put like a glow. Does that even do anything? Doesn't feel like it's doing anything right now. Is anything happening here? Oh no, it has to be in render. Let's go to glow. Oh, look at that. That's ugly. We'll put it on add. We'll do a glow under. I can't even see it on a glow under. Looks ridiculous. You know, we can maybe do a modifier. Maybe we'll change the hue. Maybe it looks cooler a different color? You tell me. I don't know. I think it looks good that way. There you go. Brighten the color. We get it smooth. Let's see what happens when we smooth everything out. Oh, look at that. 0 smooth. 1 smooth. 0 smooth. 1 smooth. 0 smooth. The eyes get smaller. I draw such sharp lips because if you look at the lips, it goes from like sharp, which is pretty cool. I'll even do thickness. So thickness. And really soften her up a bit. You know, put this thing on Instagram, put a filter on it, and while I think it's not the greatest, not by a long shot, you know, it's content, right? It looks alright. But we could do something abstract. We could simplify it. We got like a Picasso over here. There we go. That's like chic Picasso. Automatic. Yeah, so we'll take that off. There's no other effects really. I mean, I guess you can pixelate this. But that's dumb, right? Let's see what happens when we have a rim. I guess adding a rim looks fun. I guess you can blur it, right? Put a shit ton of samples on it. Now those background shapes look like they have some depth. Nah? So that's looking fun. We could try a different color before we... No, it should probably be the yellow. I actually like this rim effect that it's adding to the back. It's actually pretty cool. We can flip it and see all my mistakes. Oh yeah, so much mistakes right here. Oh, now I can't unsee it. We're not. We're almost done. 2 minutes in. We're done. We're calling this. We're posting it. Whether I like it or not. We post it down. Put it 1. We'll blur this background. Maybe that'll be fun. Put a bunch of samples on this. We'll render it, see what that looks like. I don't know, maybe without the shadow. So I'm gonna do slot 2 now. I'm gonna put the shadow on and we're gonna compare and contrast. Alright. Shadow, no shadow. Shadow, no shadow. Or shadow, no shadow. Which one is better? I don't know. I kind of like it without the shadow. Because I think it... I don't know. Maybe with the shadow it makes her pop out more. Or something. Not sure. Not sure. Anybody in the comments want to chime in? Because that's the one that's going to get posted on Instagram. Shadow, no shadow. Shadow, no shadow. 38 seconds, guys. No pressure. No pressure. Which one is better? Just killing time. 30 seconds. Okay. So, I think this is it. I'm just gonna... There's a lot wrong with this image. But I'm just gonna save it. I'm gonna post it on Instagram. Continue on with my life until next Saturday. Susan says shadow at the last 10 seconds. Oh, Ferd. We need a tiebreaker. We need, I don't know. Okay, we're just gonna have to see what I post since it's a tie. Anyway, guys, let me do my fancy outro. All right, guys. I want to thank you guys for, I don't know if this music's too loud. Hold on. Okay. All right, guys. I hope you guys had fun watching me. This is a long live stream, 4 hours and 18 minutes. There was a lot of juicy stuff in the beginning. There's a lot of juicy stuff that I went through over some stuff. Did some drawings at the end. Drew over some 3D. You know, I had a lot of fun hanging out, feeling good. We feel good. I see all 7 of you watching, and I just want to say that I appreciate you guys, and you should like and subscribe. But most people watching are liked and subscribed, so if you're watching this in the future, do that. There's more content. I'm gonna be making some videos, some more quick tips that I found that's very useful for grease pencil, that were in the beginning of the stream. And Susan, thank you for hanging out. Ferd, thank you for hanging out. Toy Butcher's gone. You know, Abby, if you're here. Marco, going off the top of the head. Sassy. I think that's everybody that I saw in the chat. But thank you guys for being here. I'll see you next Saturday, and we will continue doing that one scene. And you know, Fred says, I hope that mystery gets solved with your file, Susan. I hope so too. I'll look into it. I appreciate all you guys. Have a great day, and I'll catch you next week. Goodbye. Goodbye. For real. Goodbye.